morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, and Martin Apollo. What's up, guys? Chunk Savvy, Low Key, Caesar C, Arctic Fox, Jane, Hammond, Sabrina. What's going on? That song does hit harder than your grandma, Caesar. I was actually going to say that. You took the words out of my mouth. Happy Wednesday. So we get some FOMC minutes. Don't think there'll be too big of a reaction to that. Maybe it's there is some talk that it's going to come across a little bit more hawkish than Jay Powell's little talk after the last meeting. So maybe we get that, but not sure there's going to be any kind of big reaction to it. And then, of course, we've got the voting taking place again in the House, I think at noon, to try to get Speaker of the House elected. Another thing I don't think is going to have much of an impact on the market unless something really drastic happens, which could. I don't know. It's quite the show. Hey, Blessed Auto Group. Good morning, my friend, and Happy New Year to you. I hope your year is off to a good start. Update on that Damar Hamlin. Apparently he's doing better. Not out of the woods yet, but apparently he's down to like 50% oxygen instead of 100 that he was getting. But boy, GTA, what's up, brother? Boy, driving around downtown Buffalo last night, and even in my city, literally every business, every billboard, anything where people could put a message out, marquees on stuff, everything is prayers for him. Really cool to see. How you feeling, Enzo?
Oh, I'm feeling beautiful. How are you doing, baby?
I'm here.
Yes, sir. No, definitely big prayers to Damar and his family. Hopefully he can get up and keep it pushing. Hopefully all goes well.
Word. $235 Arctic Fox or $2.35 fee to get MMTLP or NextBridge. Very interesting. Junk Savvy may have some words about that. She knows exactly what's going on there. And I believe, Junk, didn't you say you were maybe talking to TD yesterday about in regards to some fees and stuff, the restructuring fees? So you may be able to help Arctic Fox out there. Seems a little bit much. $235. Oof. So that Tesla accident, it turned out to be intentional. And what was it? The dad was arrested. Let me see if I can get that article. That's wild.
See, I told you it was like the loop. It was like the loop thing back in the day when they said, "Oh, autonomous drivers or cars are killing their drivers." It's the same thing. And then they drop the price of Tesla really hard against you as soon as they let that information out. So just when you think you can get a double bottom, it'll keep going. They'll give you a little bit of a rise, but then it'll probably fall again. But I'm glad that was at least somebody else. I mean, I'm not happy that he did it intentionally. However, for the stock price of Tesla's sake anyway.
California man under arrest for attempted murder after police say he allegedly intentionally drove off a cliff with one woman and two children in the car.
That's not good business there, my man.
All four occupants survived after the car plunged between 250 and 300 feet below the road. Wow. I mean, in hindsight, for a Tesla, since all parties are okay, I mean, that should be a selling point, right? If you can survive a 250-foot plunge into a rocky beach area known as Devil's Slide, about 20 miles south of San Francisco, that may be something I want to put my family in if I'm going cross country.
Absolutely.
You know, well, maybe not cross country in an electric vehicle, but I don't know.
I still have that Tesla short going, and it is beautiful right now. From the other day.
Children were unharmed. They didn't even get hurt.
Oops. Excuse me. Sorry.
On Tuesday, the Highway Patrol pointed out that Tesla's tech-savvy driving features were not involved in what caused the crash. But now, okay, is the goal though? Is the goal of of Tesla's tech-savvy driving features in the future? Can you see that being prevented with autonomous driving? Would there be something that would not allow that guy? When would the machine take control when it senses that this guy is going to drive off a cliff? You know what I mean? Would it stop? Would it do something else?
That would be my curiosity. If you can get if I guess there would be a stretch of road that would probably be anonymous with, or I guess what would the word? I guess there would be a portion of road. Let's say if you were living in the mountains or near Pikes Peak or something like that, where there would, I think you could probably go and have some kind of bumpers, if you will, you know, like. If you think about it logically, they're going on LiDAR, which is mapping the road. Essentially, I would assume you'd be able to put edges on the road or on the width of where the car is allowed to go.
Well, and then do you think we'll see will there be sensors on all the throughways? I mean, there's it scares the hell out of me, but there's some cool stuff. It's like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, if you can trim, what is it, 50,000, 70,000, something like that, people die every year in car accidents, maybe more than that. But if you could trim that down to 10,000, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
If I drive like I drink coffee, an accident is inevitable. So get the Tesla. Good morning, Mr. Billy Ray. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, Tesla. Who was it that sued him? It was a European country, wasn't it? For misleading about fuel range.
It was only off by a couple hundred, right?
Yeah.
A couple hundred miles isn't that big of a deal.
I would think that there's a lot of disclaimers, though, because I would think that that range is only good right off the lot, right? Like the battery has to lose range every time you lose it, whether it's every time
you recharge it.
Yeah, whether it's 100th of a mile or it's still gotta degenerate over time. That's what scares me about an EV is and I think that's what scares most people is, especially when times aren't good. A car is a necessity for a family, and people rely on being able to fix cars themselves, do work on it, do maintenance to keep the value up. EVs, I mean, there's not a lot of maintenance. That's an upside, but the downside is the thing that does go, it costs you more than the damn car to replace it. It's yeah, you don't have to do an oil change, but your battery goes and it's $25,000.
Yeah, I would rather not even think about the maintenance on a Tesla. That doesn't seem. That seems like it would probably be worth a quick penny.
Mm-hmm.
59.5 million, 8% of apes now own. Okay, well then let me ask you something. Who else is stupid enough to own it like us? How do we only own 8% of APE when we own how much of AMC? You would assume that they would kind of be semi-similar. There would be some correlation there, right?
You would think. I did not see that email, Billy Ray. Well, see, I think that's what it is, Junk Savvy. I think that the bigger dilemma of electric vehicles is now at the forefront. You know, it's I think people are actually realizing, including people in power, that it's not possible to make this transition that people think. And not only is it not possible from an infrastructure standpoint, it's not possible from an economical standpoint. People aren't in positions to, you know, go on Twitter and read the comments when they put out, and I get it, it's Twitter, but I'm just saying when they put out those subsidies, the 7,500. Number one, leaving a lot of Teslas off the list is ridiculous. Leaving the number one selling American made and American sold Tesla off of that list because it doesn't weigh enough is ridiculous. Especially when you have similar models of Ford and GM that are eligible for it. But beyond that, you know, it's people don't have the money. People don't have a tax break is great, but a tax break is not anything that's going to happen now. It's not like if I go and buy a Tesla today, they're going to say, here's that 7,500 cash. No, I'm getting that in the future off of what I have, you know, off of the rest of my taxes and stuff. So it's not a big enough immediate kind of reward to get people to spend that kind of money right now. People don't have it. And Tesla continues to succeed. Now, whether the whole EV push is going to keep going, whether Tesla is going to keep on the trajectory that they are, but I don't think it's time to panic. They 40% growth year over year. Show me any other automotive company that did that in the last year. There ain't one. So I'm not saying it's all sunshine and lollipops for Tesla, but it's definitely not the sky is falling scenario.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I think is interesting, is just like with the Tesla loop back in, I want to say almost a year ago. It was roughly, probably a year ago, where they were saying, oh, hey, the loop crash. They had this crash that basically caused an issue, and then there was somebody died from one of the traffic stop. Somebody was parked on the side of the road. There was something wrong that was ended up being driver error, almost just like this. I would definitely be looking at where to go long on Tesla, but I'm still very very concerned. I'm looking for Tesla to somewhat create its own bounce here, but I don't know that it's going to. I want to say it's probably just going to bounce to get just shit on again and come right back down. The reason being is because we keep getting knocked down on a 1 hour underneath this line. Now we're playing basically within this wedge. If we can use the support at 107.65, 107.60, I'm assuming is what this is, 107.40, excuse me, and find a bottom here, I would like to go north, at least for today, try to break through the 110, but we're on the bottom side of that 110 now, and I'm not really looking very optimistically on the EV space. However, if this thing does want to go and give me a wick that's probably, let's say that's something just under $98, $99, I'm taking that all day long. I don't care. I'm gonna go and make an alert for it. but I think that it might try to give you that that downside feel going into the morning, along with not only what the news and everything else that's going on with Elon. I think that genuinely the worst time to buy something is when everything's great. There is nothing good going for Tesla right now. I mean, absolutely nothing. Like the CEO isn't even there on their company. Like he's literally just playing doctor with some other company right now. I look at it as, hey, if I'm looking at Tesla's stock price right now, could it go down? Absolutely. Will it? Who knows? I think that I wouldn't mind buying small increments, considering that this is probably the lowest I've seen it in a long time. But I still do see that $81 area gap fill on the weekly chart. So if we can even hold 107, 104 area, then I might like the bounce. I'm going to try to play it. If we don't get the move that we need, then we might see some lows of sub 90. So keep your eye on that. AMC does actually look really good, but I do want to go and bring somebody's attention to the $2. I was looking at a weekly chart on AMC the other day. And right in here, way back before we squeezed, there was a gap fill of the beginning right here at $2.18. There's a gap. 278 was the top of that candle. And if you're looking and we do see some downside and AMC just happens to not hold here, I would be looking at the 321 area and the 270, but I don't really see them going. And on a weekly candle, we broke over this huge downtrend we had from $74. We broke over that and then have walked it down. I don't think they're going to give you a candle wick down that low, but absolutely could if they wanted to, which would be a perfect area for that to retouch my break, because for a break, you have to have a retouch. You always see before a stock loses it, a big pullback, usually underneath some kind of low, and you have a decent reaction. You see this trying to curl back up, and now you have a hammer candle right here that indicates, hey, this is a little bit of a strength area. But if they don't go and hold at least the 376 area, we could see something around that $3 area. Just letting you know. I easily see this thing being able to go back once it gets to let's call it 470. If we can get north of 470, 480 area, then I would think that this is going to probably start trying to move back towards that $6-7 area. But we got to actually get through the 507.
Billy Ray, you are right. The open market shares are very very strange. I don't understand their method. So like you look on November 28th, they buy APE, they buy 465,708 shares of APE at $1.14, and then sell all those shares at $1.13.
I would like to let everybody know that Tesla's max pain is 114 today, then it's 120 next week, and then it goes all the way up to 155 3 weeks out. I think it's going to make that move, and I don't think it's going to go to 155. I think we might re-enter the 120 area if we're getting real squirrely one day. But I'm looking to go and see how many times they want to go and shut Tesla down after they let it run. because right now it's in a situation excuse me, it's in a situation where they could run this thing back to that 140 area and bring it back down to, let's say, 110, and they could do that every day if they want. Tesla has the volatility, or if they have the volatility to do so and they want to, why not? They could play a huge range on it, but it'll be something more little tic-tac type of thing. But I look for this to go bearish if we can't go and break north of 109.07 this morning. If we get rejected from 109 or 108.64, I think it's probably downside from there. But I will be looking for this to make some kind of move to the downside early. If we run and use the 106.97 as support, or a little bit shy of that, let's say the 106.60, if we use that as support from like a little wick and close this candle up and hold this green line, I'll definitely be taking it long. I could just easily see the SPY coming back against itself if it does not hold this 382, or yeah, 382.52, I believe is what it was, 382.50 area. I want 382.11. If it does hold that, that would be beautiful. If it doesn't, then I would see downside. Also, at 10 o'clock, the SMI manufacturing numbers, I believe is what it is coming out. That's another very, very key thing that I'm looking for. Maybe not to make a huge jump, but definitely to go and get some type of volatility. I do think some type of volatility will come into the market and step in just off that data alone. Right now, I'm looking for Tesla. Tesla's actually making a decent amount of push off of this support that I have. It just scares me. If I can get a decent green candle here, I might go long in Tesla. And if the SPY decides that it doesn't want to go with it, then I'm going to assume that it's not going to go with it and help it. So we'll take some puts or some type of short on the way back. What says you, sir?
None.
Are you nutty buddy like a payday bar?
Yeah.
In there like swimwear, perhaps.
Yeah, Billy Ray, I gotta dig more into that because it's very strange. Very strange. And I think that was the same day. I don't think it was even a different day. I think they bought 465,708 and then sold them for a penny less. But there's other examples of the same thing, 66,000, but then there's big seven, and there's 7-8 million. I mean, maybe they're just really bad traders with a lot of money. That could be.
that is not unheard of, my man.
I don't know. I mean, if you heard that little girl from Alameda.
Oh, no. If she talks to me about risk management one more time, man. Oh, no, that woman gets me. Woo! That woman has no business on running any amount of money, not a quarter. Don't let her go to the gumball machine. There's no way. That woman had how much access to how much money? $10 billion. $10 billion, and she can't go and balance her checkbook. That's terrifying to me. Stop losses aren't really a good thing. Lady, are you okay? I'm going to be looking for this 108.87 right here. We got about, what, 2 minutes to the market opens. Tesla's going to want, everything in Tesla right now wants to go and pull south because of everything against it. and all the sentiment and everything else. If this continues to run and it wants to run out of the gate here, I'm going to be looking at it as a negative thing. The more this thing wants to go and try to act like it's about to get up, I think it might want to go and get up just to give you a show and then come break right back against you. If we can go and substantiate the VWAP and the let's say 250 right here, then I might like it. But the SQ is coming down when it looks like we're gonna just find support right here, and I'm worried of finding support right here on the SQ 53.57-ish. If we can find support at the 53.57 on the SQ, I'm going to assume that's going to go and give you a kickback back towards that 45 level, just to get rejected again, ultimately to come back down. I think we are going to have some type of green push in the market. I don't think it's going to sustain itself for more than a day or two. So I'm going to be playing short for the next couple of days.
What's up, Tiny? Good to see you bright and early. Yeah, Enzo's just loud. That's all that is. Martin Apollo, you feeling that 380?
I can see it. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to hold right here, the 382.50. And it looks like it did that really well from right here and right here. But Tesla's going to be wild here at open. We're open.
Ding, ding, ding. Keep an eye on your own charts. Get that little bit of a YouTube delay. Right back at you, Tiny. Right back at you. The year's just getting started. It's episode 2 today. Let's go. Market's opening green. Kind of right where we opened yesterday, so don't get too excited. The Dow Jones up 1/3%, S&P up 1/4%, NASDAQ up 0.73%.
We got a big bounce here. We're looking to hold right now, 382.92 on the SPY. SQ got a big bounce back to the top side here. We got a down candle in Tesla. I'm going to be probably taking this long here. I'm going to be taking Tesla long, probably 108 flat, if we can get there.
So Tesla up 1%, 109.56 on Tesla. Apple, the other big smacker yesterday, that's up 1.25%. Microsoft getting smacked. What's going on with that?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right, we are going to go long in Tesla. Right there, stop and go. Stop and go. SQs, I'd love to just see them get topped off the 200 right here, please. We broke south on the SPY. This makes me very, very worried about my position all of a sudden. Nah, we're good. Tesla, you don't want to do it to the downside. SPY is going to hold right here. SQs look a little hard right now, a little extra.
Good morning, my lady. Great to see you. Great to see you. Hope you and Nunya are doing well. All right. Ease up. Market coming back. S&P still up 1/3%. NASDAQ getting close to that. Dow up under 1/4%.
Hold me, SPY. Hold my beer real quick. AMD looking like we're getting back to its VWAP, holding 200 on the big daily, big 5-minute range wick, and then substantiating that RSI. That VWAP. So if this comes down, grabs 181 here, I'm gonna look for this to go. Ooh, there goes the SQs to the north side. Don't be faked out here. I wouldn't do it. Oh man, the SPY, go ahead and do it. If the SPY holds here, or excuse me, if the SPY holds 200, I'm gonna be doubling that position. Because look at AMD crawling back right now. SPY is doing kind of the same thing. It's trying to act almost as support right here off of the 381.88. With a lot of red in the market right now, I do understand we went and got rejected over the 109.50 here. But I like the fact that we substantiated ourselves here and stopped here trying to bounce in the first place. I want to see that again. There's the SQ giving me back that red line that I use as supply. Look at Tesla coming back to life. Oh my God. Oh my God. Let's go, baby. SPY, come with it. Let's go green. Let's have a green day. Why not? Why not? Who are you hurting? Woo! Who are you hurting right now, SQs? Now SQs are going right back into support. If they break to that support, the difference, that's 29% off of a move of Tesla 120s. You need this to go, and when it does, we don't need the double top. We need the, oh boy. Hold me some 200. Let's go, Arctic Fox. Turn me up. Green candles on Tesla. Yes, ma'am. Anything coming out right now about it?
No, we get some numbers at 9:45. I haven't seen anything about Tesla, but
that's 32%. That position was in for 68. Right now it's at 90. That's a break high on the SPY, but make sure that we do get past the 383.57. Now SQs have actually broken to the downside pretty bad. Hopefully they want to come right through the bottom right here of 53.94. I would really appreciate it going just through the 53.99 right now. Tesla's on a move. That position is up in at 68. Those are at 108 currently. The fact that AMD has this top right here, I'm not very excited about. However, we do have the ability to come about here. And let's use it to where we end up using, in my prediction, this is a support line here on the green, 65 area, 65.17. From the support, let's call it 65.10 from the support here. If we do get rejected here, we just need to close a candle up. Tesla needs to keep going and not get any trouble. We need to continue over that 111.20 area to keep going. SPY having a little trouble right at that 180, or that 383.60. Something just happened to AMD. Be careful on the SQs holding right there. They're holding the inside of that candle from pre-market. We did puncture, however, to the downside. We just made a bottom, though, on a couple different things. I want the
APE
break.
on the move, 127 on APE, up 5%.
Say what?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, Tiny. No Tesla, but I always root for Tesla.
I don't have. Oh,
got it.
Yes, sir. I'm not even looking at my position. I want Tesla big over 110, 110.40, 110.70. Let's go. APE is looking good, going after that 200 and the 200 MA and EMA. SPY gave all of it back, man. Come on. Right, Arctic, we need to go 115 easily. I don't want to see any trouble at the 112.70. I would not prefer. Let's go. Let's go, SPY. Just take your shirt off. Let's run it. AMC, or excuse me, what's AMC doing? Wow. AMC is just hanging out. AMC is just doing its thing right now. Consolidating. As long as we hold that 395, like, I would really, really prefer that. Ooh, those Teslas are going, boy. Yeah, daddy. Woo! Let's go. I need the 1271, and I need you to keep going. SPY, continue. Is this going to go directly at the break or the crotch of this trend? Let's go. We have a puncture. Let's see what APE's doing. Oops. APE's looking like it's getting over its 200. AMD is moving. Tesla's getting big. And now we need to see the SPY break to the north side. Let's go. Continue. And now we need this to hold over the 75 right here. We need it 383.75. We need to hold and get through, or get through and hold. Come on, AMD, help me out of here a little bit. Hey, round the brothers up and come help us out a little bit, huh? Send one of those moonshots. Yeah. There it is. There you go.
Moonshot.
I mean, that's a moonshot in the SPY for that technical right now, because that needs to go and hold. This is trying to travel further than it needs to go, so that whenever that happens right there and it gets just spat on, they're trying to hold that. Like, think of it as a game of tug of war. If you're playing from 10 feet off of your line the entire time, you know that you have to go a lot further when you look back up after you're pulling. These are up 77% currently right now. The fact that Tesla right here is bouncing perfectly off my line, I don't like that at all. We went right through it, but we did not even break that level. It is now currently 942. I am taking I'm taking profit right here. I still
MViz,
hold half of that position, but I took profit.
good old Microvision, up 7% at 258. APE still moving up. APE
What
up
good?
almost 6%. AMC
Oh,
over $4.
uh-oh. AMC is over $4, holding view up, getting back over its 200. Hey, Ape is over the $1.01, or it's trying to just get $1 right now. There goes AMD to the downside. Be careful here. If AMD does go and hold support right here, let's call it 64.97. I'm gonna think this is gonna make a second move. I think this is just like buying up the demand zone here. There's the SPY red. Be careful here. Something just is about to come out.
Yeah, we get S&P Global Composite PMI and Global Services PMI comes out at 945. So just to show what those are, the PMI monthly composite reports on manufacturing and services are based on a large number of business executives and private sector manufacturing and service companies. Data is usually released on the third working day of each month. Each response is weighted according to the size of the company and its contribution to total manufacturing or services output accounted for by the subsector to which that company belongs. Replies from larger companies have a greater impact on the final index numbers than those from small companies, so similar to the way the S&P works or the NASDAQ or the Dow. Results are presented by question asked, showing the percentage of respondents reporting an improvement, deterioration, or no change since the previous month. From these percentages, an index is derived. A level of 50 signals no change since the previous month. Above 50 signals an increase or improvement, and below 50 a decrease. So you have the manufacturing side of it. That's what comes out at 10, I believe. And we get the service side at 945. So the Service Purchasing Managers Index captures business conditions in the services sector as the service sector dominates a large part of total GDP. The services PMI is an important indicator of the overall economic condition in the U.S. A result above 50 signals bullish sign for the USD, whereas a result below 50 is seen as bearish. And then the same formula goes into the manufacturing PMI that we get at 10. Same exact scenario. Result above 50 is seen as bullish. Result below 50 is seen as bearish. And then, of course, FOMC minutes. So if you're looking, let me just pull mine up real quick. If you look right here, this is on the calendar, and it'll tell you the effect that it should have on the market or historically has had. So you see this is yellow, means there should be some kind of effect. You see these ones that have gray, those are usually stuff that doesn't really affect the market. And then you see a red one is expected to really affect the market. So really these are signs of volatility. You know what I mean? It's not saying it's going to go one way or another, but if you kind of follow these, when you see the yellow ones or the red ones where there's going to be an impact, you usually see volatility spike. And let's see if we've got those numbers. Bring this back.
I think we're going long, guys. $27 or 227.13 looks like a bottom on Microsoft. You can use this little pattern here, but we're doing this morning. So you're looking for this to break. When you're looking for that to break, you look for it to substantiate north. We broke north here. We need to go continue north here. Once this breaks, you take a long, make sure it breaks overview up.
Wow, there was a whole commercial on CNBC saying that Facebook is gonna allow Trump to spread hate again, and how everybody should tell Zuckerberg to not let Trump on Facebook. Jesus Christ.
I think that's kind of out of your scope.
I think that's kind of,
look at Tesla,
it's called
baby.
freedom of speech. Jesus. How much money was spent on that commercial? We live in freaking clown world. Never seen one man live rent-free in so many people's heads in my life. Hey, Lobo to welfare. What's up, buddy?
There's that break, guys, on the on Microsoft. It's gonna go green here. It's probably gonna get rejected towards the downside for a second, let everything cool off, or it might actually be bouncing here. I don't think it's going to, but it's going to bring the market up regardless. What does the SPY want?
So manufacturing PMI came in exactly as expected, lower than last month, 46.2. So that's under 50. That's telling me I should be bearish.
Okay. Are you feeling bearish?
Whatever. I don't trust these numbers. And let's see what the other ones are.
I would be careful. Oh, I don't like this. Something doesn't feel right. This feels like this should be going back to like 381.17. However, it's giving upside here. I could see this breaking down.
Lobo, I hope you accomplished everything you needed to get done yesterday. I know you had a day out on the town. Hopefully that went good.
Oh, tell me I'm not going short here.
Yeah, you won't do it.
All right, watch this. You want me to take a swing?
Take a chance, Columbus did.
See where he ended up.
Yeah.
I want that for 135. Might not fill it, but looking at the 380s for tomorrow, right here off of VWAP. There's the break. I need 135. Oh no, you hit 135, miss. Excuse me. Give me my contracts. Hey, no, 135. This is a negotiation. Okay, I do a little, and then you do a lot. Okay. It's a marriage. It's a cooperation. It's a co-op, if you will. Give me 135, or can I get a 135? Oh yeah.
I don't know if we're gonna see the 135.
Oh, we're gonna get that 135. It's gonna happen. I believe. Oh, there goes Tesla. Goodbye. So long, Tesla. I'm glad I got out of half of that. Woo.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you, Lobo. I'm not a big fan of the city.
Hopefully Tesla holds its green candle from the day we opened at 107.36. Hopefully we can hold this area right here on Tesla 108. It appears that the SPY wants to give me 135.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. Give me, please. Thank you. Man, I feel like I want to leave that alone. I feel like Tesla's going to go right off the 108. There's Apple trying to give me a little push. Give the push back to the 135 contract, please. Give it to me. We're looking for a downside in the market right now. It looks like it's trying to curl back over, and it does not look like it's wanting... it's not looking like it's wanting to hold these areas on Tesla. However, if Tesla wants to go and hold, 108.70, I can see that being. I guess I can see that being bullish. That would be bullish. 107.43. And you couldn't give me that contract, could you? You couldn't just help me help you, right, Tesla? Or the SPY? Oh. All right, will you give me 137? Give me where are the SQs? That's what I haven't. Yeah, okay. Right. Perfect double top. Yep. Okay. I just filled for 139. And we just broke to the upside, didn't we? Come back. Oh, there's the 145. Okay, great. Ooh, where did you just go? Oh! Huh?
So this is the number we're waiting for.
Yep, this was that volatility I was thinking about. Oh, what is this? Oh, that's the IMS number or ISM. Is that manufacturing?
Yeah, but it's still I don't see it yet. Oh, there it is. Actual 48.4.
I'm already
forecasted at 48.5. Came in at 48.4.
48. Oh, okay.
What's interesting is, you know how I told you how it uses that 50 as a benchmark. So above 50 is bullish, below 50 is bearish. This is the first time in the last 6 months that it's below 50.
I'm also long Tesla right now. Again.
Can't see how this could look good for the market. I mean, it came in lower than forecasted. Here, let me just show this real quick. So here you see December it was under 52. I apologize. The forecast was 49.8. So December 1st they reported. Okay, what I want to do is see what the market did December 1st.
Trying to get long.
Seems like a similar number. So where's December 1st here? So December 1st, okay, the SPY closed. Not down a lot. It's down 0.07%.
Glad I stop lossed out of that. We're going the wrong. Okay, well, you know.
So play like that girl and don't worry about stop losses.
Well, no, I'm glad I did because I just got absolutely shit whipped.
So yeah, if you look back on the first, there was a big negative reaction when that news came out, but then it recovered. Right here from 10 to 10:30.
Oh. I'm sorry?
Right there is when that same news that we just got came out last month. This big red candle on a 30-minute chart is exactly where we're at. So I don't know if I'm not saying that's going to happen now, but it seems like the numbers are pretty comparable to last month's.
Well, let's take a poke.
Take one. Take one for the team. A strange setting right now, where the indices are, with the S&P leading, then the Dow in the middle, and the NASDAQ behind. Look at that. Sometimes MIA can call things like they're going to happen. There's that exact bam, bam, red candle. Looking more and more exactly like it. Ooh.
Yeah, those are up at 199 now, and I'm trying to get... Yeah, buddy. Yeah, that's going to come down. We're going to touch perfect wick, 180, 180 on that contract, which is going to do the same thing on the SPY. We're going to touch tip to tip on that pre-market candle. Right there at the 200.
Last Kazi, good morning, Richie boy. Happy Wednesday. Good to see you. Oh, AMC red now. 390. APE still holding a little green. The SPY, not so much. So definitely need to make a mental note when these numbers come out, because they don't get a lot of publicity. It's not like the FOMC. It's not like jobs reports, things like that. But these obviously, seen by the reactions, it's not something that you're going to see a 3-4% swing like sometimes when JPOW gets up there. But exact same reaction 2 months in a row. So if we see that kind of reaction off that, I don't know why they have, because they don't. I mean, I guess they always have the FOMC minutes listed as a extreme event, which is what the red stands for right here. I don't know when the next release is. Probably February 3rd or 4th, I would imagine. 3rd day of the month, I think they say they do it.
I just took the SPY short again. 171 puts.
You mean 371?
Excuse me. Yes, sir. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Those contracts that we got into for that 380, that 380 put is already up 53%. We were able to get into that for 139. Current market value is 213. And we just took 2 SPY puts a little longer out in time, let's say roughly 10 to 20 days. Considering that we had resistance right here that we broke up, but we kind of gapped into, I would assume that this is trying to grab this gap, and that data is not going to do us any good if we don't hold roughly this 330, 45 area, and we continue to go through that. We're going to be looking to go right here, 379, and trying to hold that. I think it's more likely that we try to hold the 379.74 to the downside, and then get some kind of bad news again tomorrow or the next day, something along those lines. But right now, everything looks like it's just getting clapped on right now. SQs look like they broke resistance. We're trying to climb up. If we get rejected on the SQs, 56.27-ish, excuse me, 56.20-ish, 56.21 to about 56.50 is where I'm looking for that to go and get rejected from. However, if it does not, I will be looking definitely north, somewhere in like 58, 56 plus no man's land somewhere up here. Let's call it, 57.90. But I think we need to break 56.40 first. Your mic's going crazy right now. Tesla broke to the downside right there, this little wedge. I'm hoping that we can continue coming back down to the downside. We played it up this morning. I'm looking right here. This is a big area from yesterday where we got rejected several times. Here and here, 109, we got rejected again. So if this does not get back over the 109.50, or I guess if it holds here but does not return back over the 109.50 and has that rejection right there from the inside of the pre-market, this looks like it's going to be downside to me as well. If Tesla comes to the downside along with, let's say, Apple's still green right now as of right this second. However, Apple right there broke to the downside of its pre-market. So we would be looking at 124-ish on Apple. I still think we're looking at about 110 area on Apple with the possibility of a 112. So if I can see 112 or 107 area on Apple, which, by the way, I want to say, daily, I've had this here. This is where my buy spot on Apple would be. I have my buy area on Apple from 105 to 109. Yeah, Kazi, I don't blame you. Money in this market is fickle bitch. Look at those contracts go hammer though. That SPY 380, we're looking to get above 254 or so, which is going to go and be pretty much the hold of 380.27. So you'll see whenever this decides to break to the downside, if it does, coming down that 379.80 area, this contract could very well get up 270 or so. I just got a notification that some things are the ones that we just bought, the 280 or the 271s, are actually currently up 20%. And these are now up 66% on the day. So that's an initial investment of $139, being able to create you $93 in income. Tesla's still having a problem underneath. Still getting rejected a little bit. Trying to find a little support here, and the fact that we have big long legs right now on these candles, these big wicks, is a lot of velocity pushing back to the north side. So we'll see what she decides to do here. I dropped a lot of old stocks that I was carrying for taxes this year. Yeah. No, you can remember today is the last day for tax harvesting. It is also because of T+2. So today is the day to sell. That being said, people managing a lot of money right now will be selling today in the market. We're looking for support right here, so we can go and change the color of this candle SPY if you of this area but you have to give me something to support. I'll put the pom poms on if you want to lay structure here. If you want to
My,
consolidate, I'm good. What's up?
my mic okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It was just going off. It sounded like a car was driving by or something, like when my outside.
Oh, okay.
Let me. I'm gonna go do something real quick. I will be right back. I'll be here. I have you on my headset. But look at Tesla making this little bounce right here, holding a higher candle. We actually smacked directly off of the top of this green wick candle at 107, 107.88. Is that what that was? Low 107.81. No, excuse me, 107.92. Okay, so we were four. I don't like that. If that were to hit that perfect, I would feel a lot better about that. Is this the inside of this candle then? The open 107.98. Yeah, I don't like that at all. That looks like a bounce, and it tells me every bit of this looks like a bounce. I think that we are trying to say we can substantiate this right here. I don't know that we can. I think this is going to try to give you upside. I think that you're currently still in a predicament right here with Tesla. And if the market went and had such a bad reaction to whatever news, I think that was the IMS manufacturing, we already punctured red through here once. If we can continue to hold this area of 109.03, then I'm okay. If we come back down and get rejected from the 200 and then come back down to something sub that, I would be very concerned. Apple is not even correct. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Apple's trying to just squeeze back. Let's look at Microsoft real quick. Before Microsoft down 5%, right? Okay. Okay. Wow. I still think that Microsoft is easily under a $200 stock. If not easily, I mean 180. Yeah, I think we should be back here at least 205 area. I'm gonna look for this to probably break. There's no way. Like there's no way this doesn't come back to 185. In my opinion, 185 looks brilliant. 185 gives you about a 185 wick in the next couple of days. And then back to regularly scheduled programming, some consolidation. I don't think that it might go. I don't know that it's going to get there in a couple of days. What I would like to say is that I do see very much downside in Microsoft. The breakdown of it, though, is very curious. Because not only did we come back to get this gap, now we're just coming back to see if we can substantiate ourselves at the 123.18. That's where I would be looking if I was somebody playing Microsoft, is 123. Excuse me, 120 to 123. SPY looking like it got rejected perfectly, wicked up. Hopefully that's not all she wrote. Oop. Hopefully that's not all she wrote for the SPY, but MIA, you got some positive words for it? Maybe kick it into gear? No?
I don't think it's going to kick into gear.
Me too.
GE Healthcare is kicking into gear, though.
GE.
General Electric, and they split off their healthcare division.
Oh, yeah, kicking into the gear. Which way, bud? Oh, my. That thing has taken a dive, yeah?
Which one?
GE.
Well, that's because they split. That's so GE is not. GE still exists. GE is up 2%.
GE was what, $85 yesterday closing. It is now 67.
Yeah, but they also split off part of their company is now GEHC.
Ah, that's why that ran. Okay. That's interesting. Let's see which way it goes. Because right now, you better hope that you
I don't
hold this to
I
the
don't know
bottom
how
right here.
this yeah, I don't CBS Frog, I don't think and Rich, were you talking you sold today or yesterday for losses for this year? Yeah, I think Arctic Fox is right as far as I think it has to be cleared. So I think December 28th was the last day that you could sell for losses last year. I believe. I've never played it that close. So I'm not 1,000% sure. I try to have some leeway. You know what I mean? But
I'm still here. I'm just walking outside for a bit.
well, the GE Billy Ray, they're gonna split off again next year. So when it's all said and done, there'll be 3 companies. What I want to see is what the how people got paid, because if you had a share of GE and you just got a share of GEHC off this, you're balling out of control. But for some reason, I don't think that happened. If it is, then we missed the boat, and we were looking at it yesterday too. Let's see.
Also, make sure that you like and subscribe. Got to make sure you do that. Anything going in the news right now?
No, more the same. More the same, and then in about an hour, it'll all switch to the House voting on the Speaker of the House.
You sound very enthusiastic about the Speaker of the House. Are you excited?
No.
No?
No, I mean, I have a little bit better understanding of what's going on, but I still think it's ridiculousness. But anytime something happens for the first time in 100 years, it catches my eye. And there's never been more than 1 vote in the last 100 years for the Speaker of the House. And we had 3 yesterday and still don't have one.
Who are they trying to appoint?
That McCarthy guy, the Democrats are trying to elect Hakeem Jeffries, but in order for him to get elected, at least I'm not sure how many, but a couple Republicans would have to vote for him. So instead, what they keep doing is like 10, 15 Republicans will vote for somebody else. Like the last 2 times they voted for Jim Jordan. So then what's his name can't get enough votes to win, and then nobody wins. It's like I understand what they're doing, because the theory, I guess, is the people that are holding him back are holding out for concessions, making him do what they want to do, I guess. I don't know. It's crazy.
It doesn't make very much sense.
Lobo smashing on breakfast burritos that his girl made. I'm jealous as a mug. Yes, ma'am. Hills Bills. Fed minutes at 2:00. And good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I think it has to clear, Rich. So 12:28 would be perfect. I think, like I said, I know that's probably a gray area as far as if you sold in 1 year and it cleared in the next year. I'm not exactly sure, but the 28th you should be good. Then you got the T+2 covered. I think the bigger issue too with what's going on in the House is if we're looking at it just from a financial standpoint, let's take all the politics out of it. I think it's just a sign of things to come of what to expect over the next 2 years of just a whole lot of nothing. It's going to be a lot of there'll probably be a lot of show to it because there'll be a lot of arguing and shaking our fists. These guys over here don't want to do that. Those guys over there want to keep you this, and these guys want to do that. And meanwhile, nothing will be getting done for anybody. I mean, it's kind of funny. It's like if you didn't have cable or something, if you were like dirt poor right now and you can only watch C-SPAN, you'd be okay. Like it's like watching a soap opera. So, oh, nice! Last eight sheets of plywood on the roof yesterday, dried in finally, beautifully, beautiful. Yeah, if I never had to see Pelosi and Mitch McConnell in a position of authority again, that wouldn't be soon enough for me. Get them both out of there.
Are we gonna break low on the SPY here? That'd be nice.
I want to see him elect like somebody that's completely nobody. Like bring Wink Martindale in, or bring like let's get a House Speaker like the Roddy guy they got in Canada. That be telling like Justin Trudeau, come on down. That's what we need. We need a speaker like that. We need someone get like I don't know who's a good hype man. Kevin Hart, something like that. Have him up there being Speaker of the House, just hyping stuff up.
Love that idea.
Get somebody that's like, I don't know, like why don't we have like a referee? Why don't we have somebody that's like not involved in either side that can just go out there and kind of speak some common sense? Maybe I'm simplifying it too much.
No, I think it's perfect.
I'm sure that there's a million reasons why. I mean, I understand the Republicans won the House, so that gives you the right to have the majority to have the Speaker of the House.
What's weird is you can't sell GE right now.
No?
No. They took away the sell button on GE.
I'd go with Bruce Buffer. See, Sarah Palin. This is the thing with Sarah Palin, Arctic Fox, and I don't know a whole lot about her. And I'm not saying these things are true or not true, but I think we need people that don't already have some sort of stigma linked to them. We need some fresh blood that people aren't going to bring up dumb stuff taken out of context that she said, stuff like that. Like we need some, because that's all it's going to turn into is a mudslinging thing. We need somebody that like both sides could get behind. Someone that people would say, you know, not even link them to their political affiliation. I don't know who. I like Bruce Buffer.
That GE nope, lost it. The technical GE, like the pattern that I was looking for right here on GE, happened to just go and work, drop through VWAP here. You're going to probably see that come a little more downside. As the market slides and as Tesla gives up, it's trying to give up its 200 and its VWAP again. We're trying to hold the 200 MA here. I would be very, very shocked if it did. We're doing a good job of the 381 bounce. I think if we give that up, we're going to be looking at 380, sub 380, maybe even today. But this looks extremely weak to me.
They will, for sure, Arctic. No doubt about it. But that's what we need. We need somebody that the media has to be taken out. We need somebody that people would support without the media telling them not to or to support them. Somebody that's got a track record that can't be
like Joey Diaz. Joey Diaz would be the perfect.
No,
don't shake your head.
No.
Don't shake your head. No. Think about it this way.
He went to jail
like
for kidnapping, so I think.
Okay, look, I'm talking about the guy that's not afraid to speak.
Yeah, you need somebody with his mentality because he's not. I couldn't tell you what side of the aisle he's on. He's on a F everybody. Like if they're garbage, I'm gonna call them out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that people are afraid to say anything at this point, and I don't blame them at all. But it seems like you're always hurting somebody's feelings when you're just trying to simply say, like, yeah,
I hurt everyone's feelings when I tell them both your parties suck.
Right.
Sorry. I think there's good people in both parties. I think there's good ideas on both. I think that I wholeheartedly agree with some liberal ideology and with some conservative ideology. I think there could be a balance, but it's just become so whatever. But hey, enjoy the show. That's all. Randy! Oh, not that guy, GTA. Still not sure what's going on there. I don't know.
Look at that
I didn't know much about the guy when we were talking about him right before he got arrested. I haven't seen anything that's made me say, oh, you know what? In hindsight, I think he's a good dude. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't, maybe he did the stuff. I hope not. I hope if he did commit, the crimes that he's accused of, that he's brought to justice and the victims are made whole. I know they're seizing that car collection of his, stuff like that. And I'm not saying that money erases stuff, but at least I would think, I would hope that if this does play out and, he's done the things that he's accused of, like I said, I hope at the very least the victims get compensated. Non-refundable. What's up, brother? I stopped at my buddy's house on the way home last night, Billy Ray, and actually we put together a brief screenplay idea of COVID 1983. So we're going to shoot a movie where everything plays out with COVID the same way, except it's 1983 instead of 2020.
Why 1983?
Because 1984 would be too obvious, and I think Van Halen and what's his name already own the rights to that, so we had to go 1 year back.
What about 1985 and go Bowling for Soup?
Well, then you're getting into the late 80s. We wanted to make sure that it was centered around it.
Excuse me, there's a lot of 35-year-olds right now that'll go and beg to differ.
Well, yeah, we didn't want them to be included in this film. We wanted the threshold to be 40-year-old. If you turn 40 this year, you're in. If not, I'm sorry.
Okay.
There'll be a Weekend at Bernie's 3 coming out for your generation. Don't you worry about it.
I can't wait until they go and make the
Yeah, I know, Billy Ray. I know I'm being
obtuse. Yeah.
Well, it came up as a pretty good conversation because we just talked about, take any conspiracy or anything out of it. Let's just say, for argument's sake, something like that really did happen. How do you get the message out to people? Because his wife was like, she was like, they would have, would have to bring the military in, like cops. There would have to be people like, I would imagine it would be like, like wartime. Like they'd be coming in with friggin' megaphones and stuff, telling people to stay in the house, stuff like that. It'd be crazy. I don't get sucked into them, Hills. Mainly because I don't really care enough. Like I'm not gonna defend the guy or attack the guy. I don't have any skin in the game, you know what I mean? The Glass Onion film? I haven't watched it. I've seen some talk about it. I don't know. I think I'd be a good speaker of the house, Randy. I think I'd do okay.
Yeah, me too. I would be. I'll say what needs to be said. You guys all need to go home.
I want that other job. I want Kareem. What's her name? I want her job because you could just sit up there and lie. You don't have to say anything. You don't even have to answer questions. You just bebop and scat around them. I did like when Trump had the one guy though that the chick from Identity Theft, the bigger girl, she played him. Sean Spicer,
Melissa McCarthy.
Melissa McCarthy. Oh my God, she played that dude so good. That Sean Spicer, it was hilarious.
There's a huge wall on Tesla at 111.49. Almost 34,000 shares.
Well, yeah, and Billy Ray, I think you would see a lot of similarities to how it was handled. Some of the players that were involved, Dr. Fauci, some of the protests that were calling for his head. You would ask yourself if you looked at that as an isolated event, Billy Ray, as far as the AIDS crisis here, and then somebody told you, especially if you didn't know, somebody told you, was like, yeah, that guy still works for the government. Not only does he still work for him, he's the highest paid government employee in the country. And you would say, wow. You would say, wow. If you looked, if you've seen the protests, if you've seen the signs, in the words of my man Eddie Bravo, look into it. That's all. Yeah, I got my popcorn for those ones, Tiny. I'm ready for those ones. Tide making a move? I seen, it's funny you say that, Arctic Fox, because I seen some chatter about Tide this morning. Holy shnikes. You ain't lying, up 150%. 150% to 48 cents.
Yeah, and it's looking for, it's trying to support right here at 39 cents.
How about it goes back to support of the day it started trading when people like me couldn't get their shares and watched it just plummet.
Well, we can try.
Allowed to trade theirs. Let's do that one.
Well, I can't really speak on them.
So they announced their corporate priorities for the next 12 months. CEO Brian McFadden stated, as we enter 2023, we are excited to see our growth and are particularly encouraged by the year-end performance of our newest holding, Forever 8. I don't know what that is. We believe that by staying focused on driving growth and innovation, we will be well positioned to succeed in the coming year and beyond. Cryptide currently has two main wholly owned subsidiaries. Forever 8 is a cash flow management platform for e-commerce sellers, and Ferguson Containers is a provider of complete manufacturing and logistical solutions for product and packaging needs. Cryptide plans to drive growth and innovation through the strategic expansion and management of these two main subsidiaries. I guess that's what's driving this up. I don't see anything else. This news came out 20 minutes ago or so. I did see some of the bonuses that the boys at BBIG got over the last 2 years, and when I talk about overpaid. I just hope, though, Tiny. I hope when the Fauci files do come out, that the anger and stuff like that is directed towards the right place. I hope it doesn't. I hope it's not just more of the same, more of, either I told you so's or, the other side. I hope it's just because I haven't seen the response that I thought that we would get from the Twitter files so far. It seems to still be a partisan issue to an extent, and it doesn't seem. I mean, obviously the mainstream media is giving it zero coverage, but did you see that? Did you happen to see those, CBS? Yeah, it was ridiculous, the bonuses, and I'm not 1,000% sure. I can't verify if they were true or not, but they looked pretty official. There's always a little bit more to the story, but at the same time, it's tough, when you see a company with what it's done. Yeah. Not anything new, though. Not anything new. It's been done right in front of our faces when they bail out banks and the CEOs get hundreds of millions in bonuses. It's like, wait, what? Life goes on.
I just took a short in Netflix. It continues to break over this 300, but it never actually wants it. I'm taking it off the 300. We're a little high here, and I think that 301.70 area is 302.09 might be a little too much. This thing wants to be there, right around roughly there. Taking that short off of the 302.05 area.
That BBIG is up 11, almost 12% today too.
Yeah, BBIG's been moving pretty steadily up in the last couple of days because of that news from whatever it was.
Doesn't BBIG own the Snapchat competitor? Low something?
I have not a clue. Not gonna speak on something I have not a clue about. I would look stupid. I'm looking at 48 cents on BBIG. Might be like low 48 cents. Might be decent there for a pullback.
Yeah, they do. Okay, I wasn't. Low motif. So they completed the acquisition back on the 19th of December to acquire TikTok rival Low Motif.
Where is APE?
You know what? Non-refundable. Call me a Kardashian then. That's what I say.
You don't have the booty.
Well, it's spelled with a C-A-R-R. Derek Kardashians.
Oh yeah, well he is booty, so
TikTok competitor. Yeah, that's what I meant to say, CBS. I was half right.
No. I still have not a clue what you're talking about.
No, and the friend whose house I stopped at last night is my buddy, the Raider fan, and we actually poured through some of Derek Carr's stats. We relived some old glory days. We watched.
Should have poured out a bottle.
Footage. Listen.
Should have poured out a bottle for the dead homie.
9 years.
What?
I don't care. And you know what's funny, Nan? When we look back, not the year that Rich Gannon won MVP, but 2 years before in 2000, was it? When he was an All-Pro, his numbers were almost the exact same as Carr's this year. I mean, I understand football has come a long way, but Carr's numbers, I mean, did he make some mistakes? Yeah, but I think they should have gave the guy a chance. I'm not thrilled about it. I'm not going to jump ship. I'm not going to not be a Raiders fan, but Anywho, moving on.
Tesla's gonna go long. And I would really appreciate not. Apple's gonna go. Yep. I'd like to really get stopped right here, right now on Apple. That'd be great. Appreciate you. APE looks like it could move north, in my opinion, if we decide to break back up over the, let's call it 130 area. I could see that going for a little bit. We're trying to hold right here, 127. On the 127 area, the SPY is trying its best to come to the top side. I don't think that's going to be the case.
That's right, Lobo. We're at the crossroads, baby. Yeah, it is, nah. It is. Another slap. Another slap, just like when, we've been through it many times. I remember when they left LA to go back to Oakland when I was a kid. And all of a sudden, my clothes were no good the next year. And then I had to do that again 3 years ago. Had to retire all my Oakland Raiders gear.
I got an idea for you then. Maybe stop buying Raiders clothes.
Stuff. It's what I do.
You know, it's crazy. I've never had to buy another Jerome Bettis jersey.
I've never had to buy another Tim Brown jersey.
I don't even know who that is.
I don't know. Arguably top 3 best receivers of all time.
Arguably is probably the key there.
Check the stats, homie.
I mean, you just checked the stats, homie, and they just told you that Derek Carr was as good as Rich Gannon. Are you kidding me right now?
Well, not when Rich Gannon won MVP. Rich Gannon was amazing. He broke all kinds of records. I don't remember Roethlisberger breaking any records that he's allowed to talk about outside of sealed.
All right. Well, yo, GME is getting its cheeks clapped right now. Right here at the 1750, it's trying like hell. It's really trying to create a bottom at 17, which I do believe I said $16, $17, something like that. Maybe 2 weeks ago. I honestly, now that I'm even looking at it now, I think you might have some more downside in it. Rejection off the 1672, 17, 16 area. But if you have the ability to make 50 cents over and over again, it's showing you what it's doing. It's breaking low. It's running right back up to its place where it broke from. It's done it several times. So now we are more than likely breaking low again. It's going to probably get rejected, and we'll see that start to come back down. Unless this wants to just completely pump like Tesla looks like it wants to, and the SPY decided to break back up a little bit. But looks like close but no cigar on the SPY. But we are doing decent right now. I would look at these areas where you're buying like AMC. AMC is what, 3? You could go and practice this over and over and over again. 394. Right now it's underneath its support. But if this decides that it wants to break back up and the market wants to go a little bit here, you could take the 395 and run this back to $4, make 5 cents on the dollar. Oh, we have bots in the chat. Very, very, very beautiful. Thank you guys for coming. But we can't have that.
Why can't these bots commingle with the grammar bots so that at least their sentences can make sense? Free girl in U City.
Hey, we don't need free girl in our city, okay? Most of the girls typically are free. Unfortunately, so, but no, it is a no free women in the stock market here. Sorry, guys.
And GTA, that's how I feel about every other team's jerseys. I wouldn't buy them for $1. I used to when I was a kid, but I gave up on all that. I only rep one team now. And there's nothing wrong with that either, Lobo, because
does a jersey not mean anything when you have to buy one every year?
You don't have to buy one every year. And I do have a Jerry Rice. No, I got plenty of throwbacks that I never have to replace.
Fair. How many of those jerseys that you have ended with the Raiders?
Not a lot.
Not a lot, no?
No.
Why do you think that is? Do you think that's just like value they got out of them at the end of their career? Or?
Yeah. I mean, Jerry Rice, he was washed up when he came there, but they still wrecked shop, him and Tim Brown. They both had over 1,000 yards. That's right, Articox. Nothing is free except God's love for you. Good point.
GME is trying to go
1755.
Be careful at the 1755, 56 area, and be careful at the 1776 to 1804. Too bad. That is very, because I'd be like Joel Osteen out here preaching the word, sticking money in my bathroom. It wasn't even a clean bathroom, G. Like, I don't understand. Like, you'd think that Joel Osteen.
Isn't that the POS that wouldn't let people into his church when during Katrina or one of those things?
Oh, I'm sure I don't know. He's got
a church that's like the size of the Astrodome, and he wouldn't let people go hang out.
Oh, yeah, no, it probably is a little bit bigger. It's a Texas thing, I think. Everything's bigger in Texas. There's the 1764 on GME. Be careful there. We're looking at next, basically, a 1804 on GME, but it is moving. Let's see what we're doing on AMC. AMC is getting a little bit back too. AMC is trying over its 200. Getting smacked right now, but you are also looking at a trend. And you bounced off of it here. Crypto is having a little run, but HYMC is doing a thing. It's trying to come to support right here.
You won't get a Osteen jersey, GTA.
I'm getting a Lamar Hamill jersey.
Wow, he had brown shoes on in the city. That is a fashion faux pas. Oh, Billy Ray. You go with deep cuts, my man. Deep cuts. B-sides, if you will. I love it. And that SBF trial, so that's slated to take place, October 3rd? I think it starts. So there's that.
So I've got that going for me, Cannonball it.
I don't know. I think that would look tight on you. Get you a Osteen jersey for even days and get you like a My Pillow guy jersey for odd days, something like that.
I'm getting Caesar a Waterboy jersey. What's his favorite team? I should just get him a Waterboy Spurs jersey just to do it. You get that coming in second place, right? Because I don't know if you're aware, But as far as I'm concerned, that's a W in this week. I don't know. We'll open it up for a couple people, but like I'd really like to understand how not only did I not just upset the entire league from 4th seed and win the actual.
It's an unprecedented, catastrophic type.
I don't care. I don't care if Roger Goodell himself died in the center of that field. I won fantasy football.
I don't think it's going to shake out that way. It might. I told you there's going to be there's a few different options of how it plays out.
There's no way.
I think what they're going to end up doing, they're going to end up playing this week as is to see if there's any, because it could turn out that that's a meaningless game. It could turn out that it doesn't affect the playoff picture.
Right. So even more so, why we should just leave it alone.
Well,
and say,
if that's the case, then they'll do one of two things. They'll either end the game where it was, and Cincinnati will win 7-3, and all the statistics up to there will count, or they'll call it like a draw and just cancel it and maybe give each team a tie, and then there'll be no stats. All the stats will get zeroed out, and then in that case, you would win. I mean, really, the only way that you can't win is if they either continue the game or they reschedule the game. But if they reschedule the game, those stats will go on to week 17 week 17.
Neo right here looks really good. Neo broke over this 1034 area. I actually really like where this is right now. We substantiated ourselves over the 1009, grabbed 1024, hung on, and then posted right off of it. This breaks 1050, and this will move.
Oh, that throwback McGrady's tight. The throwback Magic ones. Yeah, I got 2 MJ jerseys. I don't wear basketball jerseys a lot. They don't look right on me anymore.
Yeah, this thing will move back to about 1080 or so. I could see that.
Billy Ray, it was comical the way that they were walking. Like it was like a throwback. Didn't it kind of look like the early 90s John Gotti type footage? The way they kind of escorted him around.
Ouch.
I think it's more for show. CCL Carnival back on the move up almost 7%. 852 there for you, Arctic. Kayla Pharmaceuticals again blowing up 20% today. And to think this thing was what, $3 last week, $3.50.
What's it at now?
38.35. I'll be a son of a gun.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, this bird is not happy.
What do you live in friggin' Jurassic Park?
I apparently. Yes, sir. My apologies. There is a small pterodactyl flying around outside.
Yeah, be careful there. Safety first.
I mean, I might as well get just picked up. There's no way. There's no way.
So we got a standoff between buyers and sellers for New York City real estate. Inventory's up 5%. 55% of all deals being done in cash. And luxury real estate prices are up 4%. And that's been your New York City real estate update. Back to you, Ron. Sales contracts down 42% in the quarter, worst quarter in over a decade. Ay. I mean, worst quarter in over a decade, and that's including the whole span of the pandemic, which I have to think those, especially at the beginning, those sales were fluttering. Tiny will agree with you on that, Caesar. Those are surveillance devices, not birds.
I am very surprised with the SPY doing this. GME is trying to move, and so what did you start in here?
I didn't start nothing.
Those are surveillance devices, not birds. Yeah, no, I saw that CIA document. They put them in specifically in here for me, apparently. I happen to have puts on Netflix. Oh, I forgot to put those up. And currently, right now, they are up 20%. I just got notified. Whoops.
Come on, APE. Get through that $1.30 mark. 129 on APE, 7.5% gains. AMC back under that $4 mark, $3.99.
I put that up. But Neo is bouncing. Neo's trying to break over that 152 or 1052. You can see that there is some move coming here. 1080 is probably my max on that. 1070 probably would even be my out. But be very careful watching that go to the upside, because if it does want to actually return and really get weird, we can go $11. I don't think you're going to get that. I think you might get 1070 and back down to the downside. And Tesla is making a big red candle at the same time. As soon as the SPY tries to break out, I absolutely love the timing, don't you? Netflix. So. No, I mean, it sucks that it keeps getting smacked, but Netflix is it. So how does that work? How are my puts up? Doesn't make any sense. Look at how Netflix, how over. That's way up. Way up. I feel blessed.
GTA wants to see APE get into the gulag. I don't think we're going to no CEI levels just yet, GTA. Let's not get carried away.
Oh, man. GTA, how does that feel, buddy? Kind of like winning fantasy and not being able to win fantasy. Is that how that feels?
You might still be able to win.
Oh no, I've already won by 20 points. T. Higgins murdered somebody on a field, and I can't get a W. Are you kidding me? Come on, bro. That man died for 20 minutes. Give me the dub.
He's good.
Nah, he's good now.
Hopefully.
I
seen the thing earlier. They did say that that they only had to revive him once.
That makes me feel so much better. Only one time you say. That man died on an athletic NFL turf for any amount of time, that's a problem.
Yeah,
Like
that's why it shouldn't cost people their fantasy championship.
no, but it does say that you have to do it within the week. Like we can't. What do you want me to like extend the week as the commissioner? I can't go and extend the weeks.
Oh, you get superseded on this. You get there's a higher power. You answer right to Goodell on this one.
Yeah,
I didn't see what ours did. Yahoo put out a message yesterday saying exactly how they were doing things, and they said, if you're a commissioner that wants to try to steal a title, you can go ahead and enter things manually or do whatever. They were like, we don't recommend it though. They were like, just hold tight.
So how do I recoup my winnings?
You don't. You wait. Oh yeah, I don't know how that's gonna. Yeah, you guys are playing for imagination land though, anyways.
That Cobra Kai.
Yeah, you guys are getting paid out in Miyagi dough either way. So does it really matter at this point? I'm sure after the gas and the fees, whichever one you guys wins is going to be down $13.50.
That would be exceptional if it was only $13.50.
His people put out a thing today, GTA, that said that was wrong. Again, I don't know how true it is. I will. So don't do it. But if you look on the video, you can see my doctor was the one giving him CPR on the field. So I'm gonna get down to the bottom of what happened. But yeah, he's
your
still
doctor.
Sedated. My doctor, yeah.
That's what's up.
Tom White. Big shout out, Tom White, if you're out there. I know you're not, but dude's awesome. He's all right.
Is that really your doctor?
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
I'm luck. It's just because my sister knows him real good. Like, I would never be able to get into him to see him in a million years, but he's awesome.
Well, I could, yeah, you definitely have to get the scoop for us on that one.
Oh, okay. Caesar's going to pay you off in Doge.
I'd rather get paid out in Mr. Miyagi bucks.
So what are you going to have to do? You're going to have to PB&J swap the Miyagi dough.
Right.
Over to your trust wallet account, right? Then
instead of just going to the ATM or wire transferring me, you gotta go and stick it through 17 different United States IPs before I can get my 1.5 Dogecoin. Yeah.
So you got that going for you.
What the hell was that?
What?
Yo, Alan, we got the subscription from Alan, and the thing just went off in my head, the notification.
It went off in your head?
No, did you not hear that? No, like,
I heard it go off in real life. I didn't hear
Is that ETH Classic? Is that ETH Classic moving?
Yeah, that was number one on, what was I looking at earlier?
Alan, we appreciate your subscribe.
Yeah, 17%. It's up 1863 on ETH Classic.
Oh yeah, there's another.
Solana's up 9% too.
Yeah, Solana. It's because of Bitcoin. ETH is up 3.
Definitely moon soon, GTA. Well, the Doge, the dog recovered, right? The dog made a full recovery, I think, was back to eating chicken nuggets and stuff.
Right, yeah. The dog made a full recovery. However, like, how long does that dog actually have?
Well, I think now the dog got the scare that they need so that they could prepare to do the old Mr. Ed routine, bait and switch. When that dog goes out, it's replaced with a fresh talking puppy.
Right. All the Dogecoin and Shiba fans are pretty fragile people.
I mean, you know, Doge, you still got, if Elon was to even incorporate Doge in any way into the Twitter platform right now, I think that's the biggest chance for Doge still.
Oh, absolutely. But let's just say pigs don't fly, and people shouldn't be going and dropping their money. Just met you guys here. Nice content watching from Dubai. Yo, we're worldwide. Yo,
Awesome.
prestige worldwide coming at you right here. We appreciate that, Alan. Waiting for FOC. Yeah, we're doing the same. We don't. I mean, I can't see anything going well for these people.
No, and when did the meeting? When did the? Let me look that up. You talk. I want to see exactly how we reacted to the minutes last time, as opposed to
That's a double. That's a double right there.
Because you know what, and I'm not going to say history is guaranteed to repeat itself, but we watch history repeat itself. Even and you know what, it worked out the same way because we've seen that giant red candle, just what it did back when when these numbers were released last month. We've seen that giant red candle, and then it leveled off. So maybe we get the same reaction that we got last month.
I would like to bring this to people's attention. This is almost a perfect double top here on the high of Bitcoin 5 minute. This candle right here, it says 16,888.22. So 16,808 or $16,888.22. The next one that it has almost is a perfect wick of $16,888.02. 20 cents off right here. And then it gets rejected $50 just in what, 15 minutes, and then completely dumps to lose almost $100 in a stretch of about 2 hours. Well, excuse me, 6 hours. We're going right back up to test this 16,862 area. If we get north of that, we're probably going to get rejected 16,869.80. $16,869.80. Wait, are you telling me I was watching it? Yes. Worldwide. Why?
Yep. Sorry, Tiny. Same thing with Lassie. There was a bunch of Lassies. It wasn't the same one. Yeah.
Yeah. Did everybody hear that audible thing? Because I told you, I'm still trying to figure out the stream stuff. MIA has a better understanding of it, of the audible stuff than I do. But you didn't hear that, but I definitely heard Alan come in.
I heard it.
Should have said in the chat as well.
So last month, well, we didn't get minutes last month. These are the minutes from last month. So when we got the month before, when we got the minutes,
we broke north
November
on the SPY.
23rd. Yes, we went north. Pretty much immediately.
Yeah, look. The SPY right now is breaking to the top side of that green candle or green candle wick of this morning. Excuse me. Trying to get through. Well, it just did break through the 389 or 383.29 area. Trying to hold that would be some type of support. Might get a rejection 389.51 here. If you get loose and long through that, 383.79. But the 51 area is from yesterday, I believe. Yeah, yesterday's pre-market. The inside candles right here.
So just look at this real quick. Let me just put this up here real quick. This is This is the 5 minutes after. Not saying it's going to repeat itself, but we seen actual numbers repeat themselves this morning. Just throwing this out there. And I mean, it's a similar situation because I don't think there's going to be anything specific that can really send it one way or another. And maybe just the lack of anything in that's signaling anything that we don't already know is all we're looking for a positive reaction.
What time is it supposed to?
2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2 hours and 46 minutes.
What's interesting is you have VWAP on your chart, and it uses itself to stack itself over VWAP. What happens right after this day? What happens the next day?
Probably drops back.
We absolutely tank, right? Okay. Look at what you have and go back a little bit. If you have, you have a big run. Do you have a big dip before that run though? Back about a day or two? No, a day or two. Okay, so you do have a dip and it catches itself. It holds on to the inside of that. We break a little bit lower. So right there on the SPY. And then what's the day that it has FOMC right there?
It's right here. Right there.
And then we have the cup and handle and go. That makes me think everything right now, though, is look at, Bitcoin, what are you doing right now, man?
What's Bitcoin doing?
Breaking through the 680 or the 6853 area, going north in the last 10 minutes and trying to go and hold about
ETH Classic keeps moving. ETH Classic's up 17.5% now. 1867. ETH up at 1255.
Use that bottom right there. Yeah, it is. So usually when ETH Classic moves, and I'm not the greatest crypto trader in the world, like I don't really, I just buy it at lower areas, but right now you can get rejected at 19.7, and if you're able to go in and hold that and substantiate that, you could get, I could easily see the 20 to, let's say, $22 range if it really wants to get weird. But right now on Neo, I was telling you guys, this could go get easily up to that 170, 190 area. I would be taking an out here just because it seems like you're getting a decent amount of resistance right around this area. I would not want that, considering that these are red candles and we already crashed through them. A 1068 area is the longest resistance that it had before it went and crashed through it, and we came down another 60 cents. I would look at that being a very substantial place that does not want to go over. It might break up to the upside and try to regain this MA, but I think the fact that all your indicators are trying to turn down on you, it's probably going to just chill in this wedge for a little bit and hang out. I think this would probably come back, let's call it 1025 area. So if you could go short here for the day, you might get a decent trade back over the 1050. but give that time to work itself out and see if Tesla decides that it wants to go. If Tesla doesn't want it, then I would be looking for things like Netflix and Neo and ultimately the SPY to continue or to drop against itself. I think that 2 o'clock is going to be the perfect time that everything has the ability to rip back, technically speaking. It seems like Netflix is too high. I mean, I can't stand Netflix being at 300, and we've already gone and said to ourselves several times, no, thank you. 293, I don't know what we got to hold on off 293 for, but and the 286 area, I think that we'll more than likely continue to go downside off of that level. It might get 321. I would be impressed if it was able to get 309. I'm shorting it at 309 as well. Palantir is chilling at the $6. Oh, Palantir's on a little bit of a move. Palantir broke north of the 650. And it looks like we're having a little trouble here on the SPY. Got a green candle up, but if this wants to give back 380, 320, I think that we just invalidated that. Palantir holding over the 667 or 664 area, excuse me. Bullish on ETH and ERC token. I can agree with you on those two things. Shiba Inu is ass. You know why? Because I know the developer on one of their teams, and that guy's an ass too. So,
Billy Ray, you throw it in like the daily live chat, or really anywhere.
Yes, sir. Anywhere you want.
And we will find it.
Yes, sir.
If you make it, we will come.
Yeah, Alan, if you're still here, if you have any questions or concerns, please throw those out there. That's what we're here for. ERC20 tokens are going to be very useful at some point. Is that Tesla going and getting rejected again? Oh, that's no bueno. Palantir looks like it's going to try to hold this 664 area. Palantir's max pain is at 650 this week. Has several thousand puts at $4,000 for next week, and has several thousand calls to the $7 strike as well.
I don't know, going back these last 4 FOMC minutes, all the same reaction, with this one being the only anomaly where it was delayed. So the 3 before this would have been, here, let me just show you real quick. This would have been at 2 o'clock, right? So the 3 after July, the August one, the September one, and,
right.
Or, you know, but this one, for some reason, there was a delay. This was at 2 when the news came out, and there wasn't really much of a reaction at first, and then it shot up. But I don't think the minutes are more or less important now. So, I mean, again, not financial advice and not saying that it's 100%, but if you go back to the last four that were all pretty much of equal importance, there was never a point where it wasn't, and I don't think we're at that point now. But all this is telling me is maybe there's nothing in those minutes that we shouldn't already know. You know what I mean? And it's not gonna. I mean, I guess things could change. There could be something in there, but I don't see how we don't get the same reaction if we see that every time. Even though it's not like, well, we were in good shape back in July. No, we were in nowhere near good shape. And interest rates were at the forefront. Same thing in October, same thing in November. So just throwing it out there. Now, this doesn't mean that it's going to stay there, and these have been short-term moves. But if you're playing volatility into this, if you're playing the SPY up or down, just be aware of how it's reacted the last four times. Just like if you're betting on the Saints-Steelers game, you know what I mean? You're going to look at, okay, they've the last 5 times they played, this team won every game. It's going to give
the Steelers crushed every time.
Doubt it.
Probably. Who won the Steelers-Oakland game this year?
I don't know. Did they play Oakland? I didn't know.
They played Vegas. You know what I'm talking about.
We threw that game. In case you didn't know, we've been tanking for a quarterback.
We threw that game. Oh, come on now. Put some respect.
Same thing we did to the Niners.
Doubled. Tesla doubled. It actually double topped off of a cent. This candle on the right is actually a cent low. $43. So this candle right here is a high of 112.42. This one's 112.43, and this one is 112.44. They're all different size candles.
Hey, I'm gonna go let my dogs out real quick.
Yes, sir. Neo having some hard time right here, right at the 170. I was just looking at Bed Bath and Beyond. If Bed Bath and Beyond holds 237, I would be almost long 250 and try to go, and that would be very, very close to pushing it. But I would go and get a couple week out calls and see if you get that miraculous pop. It has the ability to get rippy real quick on that one, and it has been just getting annihilated. If you do get that rip, you could be looking a little bit over 2.5. If it wants to break that $2.59, that'd be pretty sexy. Go long, sub 250 into some 250s or $2. Yeah, you can grab some 250s. There is some volume there as well on the monthlies. Right here on Neo retesting. Tesla a little weak. Let's look at Ford. Ford's looking like it's wanting to break up and go right here. Ford looks like it's gonna try about 12.10. Which, if you know when that move's gonna happen, which seems very, very likely that it's using this 1184 as a place of structure. I'd be taking this short. It seems like it's getting a little big for its britches here. RSI is up over 80 right now. Even on a 2 hour, we're up at 69, and on a 4 hour, we're at 61. That RSI is a little too strong for me. I would be looking downside, shorting into this. We're breaking low on KALA of the 3967 area. SPY, I would be shorting, and am shorting, but you better hope that you hold that 383.61 on the SPY. Tilray making a move to the upside. What I've noticed is a lot of these things right now are making moves to the upside. Almost as if they're trying to go and say, oh, hey, everything's going to be great. And I would love that for that to be the case, but keep in mind, we're going into FOMC minutes, and everything in the market right now is still downtrending. So please be smart. Roku is back down, broke low. Roku is trying to go and break back up over this low of 42.54, which it did. Oh, excuse me. They're going to want the candle. Yeah, so it's going to want about 60 cents. Tesla's going long here for what reason, I have no idea, but back into resistance. SPY going on a run right now. Having some difficulty right here, 384.73. Is this the same day that we had on Netflix, where Netflix just ran unnecessarily like last time? AMC is at the 403 mark. That thing needs to get above about 310, but about 410. 403 is a big area on AMC. Ooh, where are you going? Watch this thing give every candle back, or every, like, let's say $1 back real quick. This is a bull trap. This is a bull trap running itself into what I believe is just the high of yesterday. But it hasn't even, it's not even close to the beginning of, what is that? High of its first candle. Now, yeah, see, we have 1080, 1083 to be exact. 1090, 1087 might be the case, but I don't know. I don't think I don't think EVs are going to go and continue to run. Where's Lucid? Lucid's moving a little bit at an area where it can get rejected from, right? Yep. We didn't like that before. What makes us think that we have the ability to do that now? And Tesla, what do you think you're doing? Euro just closed. That's what it was. Yeah, the European market just closed. That's what that was. Tilray is still moving. Tel is also up. Tel's looking to get up over, 170 again? 175? Roku on the floor. Yeah, and I know. I don't understand Neo right now. DWAC's down 4% and red. Which the sad part is it looks like it's actually trying to hold that at 15.15. SPY is continuing to go. AMC is getting big. Get big. Get yourself some 410, son. $13.70 and $15.33. And it's at $13.80 or $13.75 right now. Where are the SQs? AMC is actually getting some good movement right here. Watch this go and crash back to a 15-minute support. It's going to be brutal. That could just be a rejection off the inside of pre-market yesterday again on AMC. But it'd be nice if it would go. SQs, Microsoft still down 4.5. Getting wicked right at the 229.60 area. Apple is moving. 128.09 is actually pretty impressive for Apple, but that is into a couple days ago. Billy, I see what you're talking. What just happened? Nazir, we are talking 2 o'clock, I believe. FOMC is at 2 o'clock. Yeah, I don't know what just happened. Oh, yeah, Billy, I can see that. Yeah, I could see something fun like that going on. Something to shake the hive a little bit. Absolutely. But yeah, Nazir, I believe that's at 2 o'clock today. We did go and do manufacturing data earlier at 10. 2 p.m. for FOMC. Yes, sir. That's a big wick right now, and that's a lot of money with not very much volume underneath it. Bounce up to 381. Try to consolidate 382, 383, and then just all of a sudden break north into the high of the day yesterday. For what? To consolidate up here while everybody goes and takes a green position, and then they break the market against you and gap down what? 370? That would be disgusting. That would be just downright rude, as a matter of fact. Let's go Tesla. Yes, sir. Get yourself some 115. I still like that I'm short, and I like Tesla still, the short that I have at 122. This is going, and just after taking profit out of it, I'm just sitting here waiting to buy a little bit more. Where do you guys see the SPY during FOMC? Let's call it. It depends, but I think we're ultimately going to come back to this area of 383 and possibly even 381. But depending on how bad, I don't see anything good happening. Can you?
If it comes back down, let me see. I don't like to draw lines, but I'm going to draw a couple here because this is what.
Well, I don't. We're still in this wedge. Period.
I think it comes back down to this level before 383.08, 383.10. And if that happens, then we bounce. So where will 2 o'clock be? Right here. I don't know. I don't see us going higher than we are now, but
I could definitely see your 383 coming back to the high, the early morning candle. What I don't understand is how you get such a pushback off of the wicks. Let's call them, 15, 20 minutes in, and then about an hour in. And you get blatant absolutely knots over the 383 area, get rejected from the 383.30 area over and over and over again, to a point where you go downside almost $1.50.
Is Eric talking about into this?
Right. So what I feel like this is going to end up probably right back at the low of the day or so.
Here, put your chart back up. Show us what you see. I just think if we see this bounce, but going back and looking at every FOMC for pretty much the whole year, it's not a staying reaction. It's a big positive reaction for a half hour, and then it's like
what happens
big, and then it doesn't matter.
Okay, so here, let's tickle the thought. What happens right now if you go and assume that FOMC happened 5 minutes ago? where would the drop be that you see 2 days later or so?
Let me see.
Because what I can see happening right now is, or I guess I can infer, at least in my eyes, if this does not hold here and continue to consolidate right here and stay way high, if this comes back to anywhere around the open of the day, or even the highs before we broke out at the 383 area, if this comes back to 383 at around 2 o'clock, it'll fall right back through that. And I think that if you get a big enough thing, every time it runs, doesn't it, to the north side, every time we get FOMC?
That's been the last 4.
Then we come back, what, a day or 2 later after they close it pre-market or post-market?
Pretty much.
So what if they do that right now? They just do it in a smaller time frame. They could easily go and drop it to the ground, or like come back to where its support level is. And
or they could run it up. They could run it up to 386.50 and then tank it hard back to 378 level.
Ooh, I like that. That does it for me right there.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be spicy. What if we use support though? And here's another thing: is when we went into that first candle that you said, where did we take any type of downside going into that first rip, or did we just have a steady climb? Because right now,
just the one time. The one time it was a delayed reaction. It didn't drop, but it went sideways for like 10 minutes and then it shot up.
But wasn't that when Powell double backed and hit us with the 2-piece?
No, it wasn't. I checked that. That was
when he came back and made statements.
No, this was in July. So I'm thinking it was July 6th after the holiday weekend. I can't remember what was it, but it's definitely an anomaly because the other 3 after that all, like I said, reacted the exact same way. With, if you look on a half-hour chart or if you look at even on a 5-minute chart, you got, one big green candle followed by 2, and then just it ripped, but then it just died off, and that's why I say I could see them running it up, maybe near 387, 386.50, something like that, and then just dropping it, and it might not be immediate, but then I see it dropping back down to that 378 level. And then rinse and repeat. Diane, good afternoon, Diane. Always love to hear your 2 cents.
Good morning, Miss Diane.
For a drop. Yeah,
that's exactly what it looks like.
I think that we're gonna get that drop. The thing is, I think there may be upside for that 15 minutes. And the only reason that, and I'm still learning options, still all that good stuff, but the reason that we're kind of pinpointing and focusing on it is because there's so much volatility right there. There's so much implied volatility. They know that there's a big event, so you can make quick money one way, or you could lose quick money. Don't get me wrong.
Absolutely.
It's 100% crapshoot, but this is like the reason that I bought a Mega Millions last night. I don't normally until it's up to whatever it is, 700 million, whatever the hell we're at. But then I'll spend the $2. So it's like when you have events like this,
it's your risk reward.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like these are, he is factual here. It's when the volatility in the market is moving at a pace that it is about to. Like I said, I was telling him earlier, I think there is a lot of volatility that can be coming into the market. Just simply because of it's a brand new year. People are doing new things. Oh my God, it's a new me. Like the market is trying to right now make, the market's having its what's that, New Year's resolution struggle. where it said, "Oh, I'm going to get up and go to the gym today." Well, it's trying like hell, but we all know what January 4th, we're not wanting to go to the gym and we're wanting to watch football or something else. But I don't think this New Year's resolution is going to end up happening the way that they think. I think that if you're going to try to sit here and tell me that we had any type of good numbers going into the end of the year, and then Tesla losing 69% of its stock price over the last year, now we have Apple, Microsoft. What's 4% of Microsoft, I wonder?
That's a lot of money.
That's yeah, probably. Google is now red. Ooh, and still red. It's trying to get up above red. Yeah, that looks right. Yeah, of course it does.
Financials, blistering green, utilities green, across the board, basic materials, energy still down, consumer defensive, blah, consumer cyclical, all green.
Right. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button, guys. And yes, Miss Diane B, I'll shake them up. I'll throw something out there.
Yeah, I think timing is everything in something like this. This isn't a play where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna take a position for anything longer than a half hour based on what this is. You know, to me, if you're playing the FOMC minutes, you're playing for between 2 and 3 o'clock at the most, at the best, because all that volatility is going to be gone, you know, and you're going to see stuff that's going to the down, stuff, things that are in the money, they're going to fly to the upside, but the other stuff's going to just lose all its value right away. So if you're on the losing side of that trade, you got to get out and get out quick, you know, and I think it was you maybe explaining it to Nunya kind of in a simple way of just thinking about it like before you go into this event. So say you have $400 SPY calls, you know what I mean? Or you have, say, 375 SPY puts. You know, there's a chance going into this event that it could get to that, even if they expire today, right? There's a chance that
very slim, but yes.
Very slim, but there is hope. There's still, before you go into this event, there's an expectation of that it can actually hit those numbers. After the event happens, 15 minutes after it, when the smoke clears, those hopes are gone on one side. They're completely gone. You know what I mean? If it moves to the upside, those puts are crushed.
Right.
You know, but even if it moves to the upside, if it doesn't get to where you're in the money, if it's still, even those will start to lose value quick. The ones that are in the money, the longer that you hold them, unless it just keeps flying. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to see an immediate pump and then a pullback.
Right. It's basically like if you were able to see the numbers in an election, and you were able to bet money on who was going to win, you would basically go and watch the numbers, and if they get overwhelming on one side or the other to where it feels like, okay, there's no way in hell this person's going to win, then most people are going to put their money on one side. If you are a market and you see a bunch of money placed, whether it's sports betting, whether it's simple supply and demand, if you see something that is that has the ability to rip right back to center itself when a lot of people are one way in the market, I can promise you're going to see it try to do that. You want to see MIA fall out of his chair?
You're talking about Jeff Bezos returning as CEO of Amazon in 2023?
No.
That's what a couple people on CNBC are talking about right
now. Please God, help me. I don't want to hear that laugh ever again.
That guy's out living the life. He don't want to come back and be a CEO. I wouldn't want to if I was him.
I mean, probably can't fit his head through the door without it.
He's jacked now.
Good for him. Steroids are great, aren't they?
Yeah, I have mixed feelings on Bezos because I do, and people might hate me for saying this, I do respect the guy. I like what he did. I like his story. He took a lot more chances, I think, than people give him credit for. And maybe he got funding, maybe he didn't. I don't know, but when you listen to and how employees get treated now, I'm not saying I agree with. I think it got too big, and you can't blame him for everything within a company of that size. But either way, like in the beginning, he could have tried to go for a payday like a lot of those .com people did, and that's why we've seen the bubble burst, and that's why we've seen so many companies, just no longer exist. But
Right.
He was all about expansion. He was all about, and he got people early on to believe in him, just like Microsoft did. Any of those big companies you hear about, the early people that were working and they all got taken care of. And like it or not, like Amazon is up there in the top 25 best inventions of my lifetime. It's simplified. I'm not saying it's perfect by any means, but the ability to get products the way that we are today, it's freaking amazing. Like, we take it for granted. It doesn't seem like nothing to be able to just get on my phone, press a button, and by tomorrow have some shit here. But that's some George Jetson type stuff, just a little bit delayed. I'm coming for that lotto, Diane. Nobody won last night, so I'm not sure what it's up to now. It's got to be, I think it was 700 million last night, so it's got to be, I don't know, about 850. 850, big win for the IRS again, man. Congratulations.
Nice.
Them boys, every lottery, they take home their cut.
I mean, if they don't hit every single time,
hey, they love it.
I mean, they've got to really, like, when you go and you take the one lump sum. Woo! Yo,
I mean,
they gotta
love it either way, because it's like, hey, either way, we're not just gonna hand you this money. If you want to get a lump sum, you're gonna take a big hit, and if you don't want to take the lump sum, we're gonna pay you over 20 years or 25 years or whatever.
Right.
Which I don't care. I know they try to push, the smart thing, take the payments, blah blah blah. I'm not trusting it. Give me those millions. Let's go. I can't spend payments. I can't give people payments. I can't make people's lives better with future payments. You give me a couple $100 million in cash, I'll make the world a much better place. And I won't even buy a new pair of sneakers. I might buy some Jordan old school ones if I could find them cheap. That would be it.
I don't know that I'd be buying
like to
Jordan.
See is somebody. I would like to see someone like myself win, and I don't mean that in an arrogant way, but somebody that just, you would think that and I'm sure that there's plenty of lottery winners out there that do amazing things. Don't get me wrong, but like you would think by now, with all these big lotteries that we have, like someone would go like full blown Willy Wonka, or so full blown like. I'm just gonna
Willy Wonka.
Yeah, like I'm just gonna do some wild, like good. I mean, the closest that we get to that is Mr. Beast, and he's not like a lottery winner. He busts his ass to do what he does, but like as far as giving back, love him or hate him, and even if I see people that think some of his stuff's exaggerated or whatever, I don't care. But like what that dude gives back is incredible. I don't know how you can't love that dude. Like. Yes, Arctic Fox. Smash that like button. Don't just hit it. Smash it. Smash it. 2 minutes before trader lunch, guys. What's on the menu? Who's cooking? I'm having coffee.
You're having some here. Okay. Very central.
Yeah. So 2 hours before FOMC. Yeah, I think it really depends where it's at. You know, a half hour going into it. If it keeps going up from here, then I have no clue what kind of reaction is going to come.
Good morning, Harley Knight. How are you, baby? Missed you.
Stan the man.
Yes, sir. Whoa, look at Mara up 20%. UVIX are looking for 6.5. CEI is at $1.92.
All right,
What?
so look at this. Look at this half-hour chart real quick, Enzo. And just look at the time. Just look at the timing of it. So this is from the day that the last FOMC minutes. So we're kind of almost where we were at right here. So this was noon right here. Then we dipped all the way to here. Then this was 2 o'clock. This is when we got the pump back to the daily highs. It just kind of went on, and then we dropped. The drop didn't come for 2 days, but you think it's setting up the same way. So look at what we got there. A little bit of different action in the first 20 minutes, but if it goes like that, we could have the same. If we start dropping right at noon and pull back to around 382.90, 383, then I think we can see it just shoot up, hit that level that we talked about earlier, 386.50, somewhere around there, and then start that path back downwards. That
What's the
last
MACD
time took 2 hours.
What about the MACD? What's it look like on the other chart?
On the one from whatchamacallit?
Yeah.
I would
Look at the MACD. You have that little green blip, red, and then you have a bunch of green going into pre-market. Right now, you have exactly the opposite of what's going on the other chart. You have big red, a huge amount of green, but there was a little bit of, see that little gap in that MACD right there, about what, 2 hours back right there? If that wanted to go red for a second, or if that was a low point in that trend, it was close enough where we kind of had the same kind of thing where it almost just shuttered for a minute. There's no graduation to that dip. There's just an immediate look. That seems like to me that is almost fake. Almost like a bull run.
GTA, you like those marketing schemes, baby?
You're the man, Harley.
I can get behind that, Diane. I can get behind that.
The VVOS, no, we did see it. APE makes you bearish. CEI should make you bearish.
Stanley, be safe out there, brother. Be safe out there, and keep the grind, my man. Keep the grind. I know what it's all about, and give Pauline our love as always.
So we gotta fix that, because we gotta give Stanley his 5,000 OTC back. There's I don't understand. We just went over that. How did that thing just take all of his things? It's gotta be limited.
Yeah, that happened to me yesterday. I lost them all. I got nothing. I got nothing now.
No,
HYMC moving back up. Or are you gonna lose
CEI
that?
puts to the moon. No, I could see it about a $5 area. I think CEI could easily, not financial advice, but I could see it a nice $5 evaluation. I feel like a lot of the things that they do in their business could substantiate $5. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'm just kidding. Please God, don't do that. Don't ever. No. Let's go. He rolled a 99. Look at that.
Wow.
Oh,
320,000.
yeah, Caesar, I'm definitely taking all those, and I do want everybody to know we are about to reset the points. We worked on it this weekend together, trying to get everything like basically under control. For whatever reason, the bot decided to go crazy. We're working on that now, and so we're definitely going to go and start everybody at the same amount, so it's all fair and everything's good. Never saw that.
It's a pump and dump GTA. You talking about the OTC?
No, he's talking.
Randy asking if anybody got in on that Vivos Therapeutics this morning, and that ran on. Company announced it received FDA clearance for its DNA oral appliance for the treatment of obstructive sleep apnea. Vivos says the clinical data submitted to the FDA as part of the clearance process for the DNA included pre and post treatment apnea hypopnea index scores obtained with no appliance in the mouth, demonstrating that 28% of the patients had their OSA resolved, 63% of patients improved by one AHI classification, 86% of patients improved their airway size, and 97% of patients increased the width of their palate, which allows the tongue to rest in proper position, thus avoiding a potential airway obstruction. So big news there. I actually know some people with sleep apnea, so I know it's a real thing, and I know it can be lethal. Number one, which is scary as hell, and it can be a disruption on your life. So I wouldn't put it. I don't quite put it on the level of like diabetes, things like that, but it is a play that's something I'm rooting for, just on the sidelines, not involved in the stock at all, but
This might be this might be pure ignorance, but is sleep apnea in any way associated with SIDS? Because I would assume
infant death syndrome.
Yeah, whenever because
I have no idea, but
I've always wondered how what would cause it, or if it was because I always worried about a blanket or you know what I mean, I always worried about it all the time. I just had just nightmares about it. But now that I think of it, I don't think it's an airway obstruction when it comes to I don't know, when I think of sleep apnea, I always think of somebody with a heart problem, or
wearing one of those sleep apnea overweight masks and stuff.
Yeah, but grumpy old man lost all of his. That guy probably deserved to lose all of his coins. I think we should probably just leave him there, let him restart.
Grumpy, am I allowed to tell everybody else what else you lost, or is that only for your InstaSpace followers?
He didn't lose.
I did see a picture of a grumpy old man today.
He didn't lose a beard, right?
I'm not sure.
No way. Yo, congratulations, or I'm sorry, depending. Yeah, no, absolutely. We went and hired Sam Bankman-Fried, Grumpy. He's doing it on his off time.
Well, the monkey's out of the bottle now.
The monkey's out of the bottle, dude. Hey, that's my fault, G. But you know what? I bet you look handsome as ever. I'm sure the lady appreciates it. I don't know what you did it for, but
So
I would love.
Stanley knows all about the sleep apnea. He said I stopped breathing 45 times an hour. Jesus, that's wild. Now, are you getting that treated? Have you had treatment for that? Is that
Yeah,
something? And is the treatment just very interesting. Diane saying, yes, my son had apnea, had corrective surgery at 3 years old. And Randy saying, definitely something that should be researched. Lost a nephew, and several of my cousins lost children to SIDS.
did I just like stumble upon something?
Science.
No, I'm because
No,
I don't know. I don't know enough about either of them to go and.
no, me neither. But it. Obviously,
I
we
would
had
just be
people too.
curious. I would just be curious to see, like, with things that make you. Obviously, that's in a category. Can I get a heist in the chat, please? One time for the one time. But no, it's something that I would definitely be curious to see. Things that go and make you
Yeah.
pass away in your sleep or whatever. Like, it's got to be some type of medical. I don't know. Category that's making that happen. I can't tell you what it is. It just
Well,
doesn't
yeah,
make
and
any
it
sense.
and it could be something that it's not responsible for every sudden, every one of those, but it could be something that could lead to a cause of it that could possibly be prevented. You know what I mean? That's awesome, Grumpy. I'll let you come out of character for a second, and because
That's
you
really
do,
cool.
you have a killer beard, my friend. I'm jealous of it, but knowing the reason now that you did it, Grumpy says, and this is Grumpy out of character, guys. He'll go right back into character and being a jackass right after this. But for now, when my wife met me, I had a 5 o'clock shadow, so I did it spontaneously last night. Feel like a naked man in a room full of people. It will be grown
Hey,
back. I'm sure
yes,
she appreciated it, and knowing the gesture of why you did it, Grumpy, that's friggin' awesome. That's awesome.
yes,
Now go
sir.
back to being. We won't speak of it again, Grumpy. We'll
Yeah.
leave it at that. Our lips are sealed. So,
What are you talking about?
so you don't use the mask anymore, Stanley. Just the so
Is
does
it
the mask?
something that you can fix?
That's what I was just gonna say. Or is it just
Like,
something? Is it something that has to constantly be treated, or is it something that's curable over time? It's got to be strange too. Like the weird thing is, like once you know that you have it, it's got to be even tougher because, like, if you know mentally that you're gonna stop breathing at some point when you go to sleep, I would be, I would be
I wouldn't
scared
go
to
to
go to
sleep.
sleep. Yeah, that's like some Freddy Krueger stuff. And is it just a breathing thing with sleep apnea? Like, is it a deeper issue, or is it just like the way that you breathe when you're sleeping? As of now, can't be fixed. So we have a spectrum just on experience, where we have Diane's case, where it was something that probably would have became a bigger issue. Her son was able to have corrective surgery at the age of 3. And then you have Stanley, who's saying now, not much you can do about it when we get to be old. Stanley, I feel you, brother. So it's more of maintaining it. Well, yeah, I have to imagine does it cause it in the heat of the moment, Diane, or is it something that because your heart keeps because you keep stop breathing while you're sleeping, instead of, like, not that your heart completely rests when you're sleeping normally, but is it just the wear and tear on your heart of constantly stop breathing and starting and crazy? So maybe this VVOS, Vivos Therapeutics, maybe it won't be all talk. It's got some FDA approval. So again, I know I could be a bit cynical because for the last, two plus years, I've watched once a week some kind of biotech play that's given me hope for specific diseases or ailments, and I haven't seen a lot of them come to fruition. And I hold myself accountable for that. I understand there's processes and stuff, and you shouldn't be emotionally attached to stocks, but I do get excited when I see some of these stocks that you get a double bonus. You got a stock that's up 181%, so it's good for shareholders, and with the potential of giving people a better life and hopefully preventing some deaths.
Yo, Kayla is up again, off that low of 39, back up to 50. This thing is nuts.
And what did this originally run on?
It'll probably, like, Amazon looks like it's going to come down to about 830, or I'm sorry, 85.30.
Yeah, so they're just getting started on a phase 2 trial of the drug that got accepted, not approved, accepted by the FDA back. That was on the 28th of December. Very strange, the staying power of those gains. If I was a betting man, which I'm not, if I was a betting man, I would say to watch for an offering very soon from this Kayla Pharmaceuticals.
That's funny.
Because it doesn't make sense where they're at in the process. But not everything does. Not everything does. What's the volume on this? $7.5 million. Okay. Get in where you fit in.
Yeah.
No options.
About it.
Man, it's pumping further. What happens? This thing pumps to like 75, and then come Monday they introduce an options chain and it gets shorted to the ground. I say offering. I say there'll be an offering within the.
It's crazy to me how we got people not liking and subscribing right now.
I know.
And then they're gonna go and make they're able to click the button for the poll. Oh, look at Kayla just taking off. Ripping 70% on the 30-minute. That's gross. What does that look like on a 5?
What, Kayla?
Yeah.
Looks like a back of a T-Rex. Here's the tail. Here's the hip. Now it's coming up to here, and we're going to get a little dip here. And boom! I need a John Madden thing so I could just draw like that on charts.
I feel like some of our viewers
lines
are fun.
and stuff. I want to just doodle.
Right.
Yeah, Diane. So I knew weight always played an issue into it. I always thought that it was more of like a breathing, like a septum type thing or something like that. Stanley's saying you become too relaxed when you sleep. So that's what causes you to stop breathing. You get too relaxed. That's why I don't
Right.
have that problem, because I drink coffee before I go to bed. I don't sleep relaxed at all. At all. I'm nervous in my dreams. All right, guys, 12:18. Market's still pretty green, pretty green. The Dow up 0.75%, S&P up 1.16%, and the Nasdaq up 1.09%. And I really don't know. I think the way this is setting up, we could get something. And that's the other thing. It's not even when this happens at 2:00, before anybody even gets a chance to pour over all the minutes of the meeting, a few things will be highlighted. So that's the thing, is the media is going to push. And again, the smoke will settle, but the first 10 minutes after we get this announcement, it hinges on how they present it. And it'll be presented on Fox Business the same way that it's presented on CNBC, and the same way it's presented on, New York Times. They'll all push it out the same way. When it comes to financials, there ain't no partisanship. they tend to, one might support Pfizer, one might support Moderna, but other than that, it's pretty simple. So with that being said, if it keeps moving up, they could point out something bad in it and drop it in a heartbeat. They can point, all they got to do is just make the Fed sound hawkish and just create anything, or they can just say, looks good. Nothing we don't know. Maybe they bring back transitory. It's a new year. Inflation hasn't been transitory for a minute. We can bring that back. Grumpy. Oh, that's fantastic. Now, Grumpy, how long? Obviously not to the status that it was at just now, because I know that had been a long time in the making, I would imagine. But how long will it take you to grow it to where you're comfortable, you're able to do this and be feeling good about it, have a little grab? Tide still up 102%, down from those highs though. Ran all the way up to 57 cents, back down at 39 cents now on Tide. BBIG as well, still up 8% though on the day, over the 50-cent mark. TCBP, I can't believe it's not yogurt. That one?
Nope.
TCBP, TC Biopharma, halted, upside, $5.99. Not seeing any news. Last news back in November when they raised $7.4 million in a private placement, coming to a Kayla near you soon.
Nice. I can't believe that 5 people with your good-looking face chose no on our poll. I can't believe that. That's got to be Caesar and Grumpy.
Yeah. Can't please everybody. What are you gonna
What's
do?
crazy though is what's watching right now is the amount of people roughly that have voted, and we got five of yous right now are looking at his face, and you're not giving. I don't know what to do with you guys. I don't know. I'm disappointed. All right, I respect that one person. I saw you.
Hey, that was Birdie Hunter. Birdie Hunter was 32.
Good.
So TC Bio, I want to know what's going on here because we got volume spike on this halt. 100,000 shares came in a few minutes here. I'm not seeing any news. You should have had a reveal video, Grumpy. I'm sure you probably did. That's cool though. 3 years, man. 3 years. And what a nice gesture though for the old lady, man. If that's okay to call her, for your significant other, whatever we gotta call people nowadays. You know what I'm talking about. You put out a missing persons poster, Diane. Tom pulled the old bait and switch on you. This is as close as I
love
can
this.
get.
I love this.
What's that?
People's Magazine. We just read that a guy basically tried to murder his family or somebody's family by throwing them off of a cliff, correct?
Driving them.
Right, driving them off of a cliff. But, like, what's funny is now people... Uh-oh, thank you for that subscription. Whoever that was, appreciate you. Can you tell me who that is?
Oh,
yeah.
Like it.
Hell yeah, we appreciate you. But it says People Magazine. I like how they word this. It says Tesla plunges 250 feet over notorious stretch of Highway 1 in California, 4 in critical condition. Now, why don't they just say, when it comes to a business sense, that, like, no, Tesla's autonomous driving did not have any, like, they're leaving a inference that, oh, something went bad with the autonomous, you know? Yeah. And it seems like, I feel like that's not the case, which is a reason for me to look at it and go, no thank you, that doesn't seem right. And it seems like Tesla's gonna go and probably build off of, like, bad news, or, like, what is bad news, unless you actually look at it. No, the autonomous driving didn't have anything to do with that. That was not under Tesla's fault, any way, shape, or form.
Oh yeah, Junk Savvy, I had to show it to you one more time. And welcome welcome back from the slumber. Well, yeah, and you know, it's very noticeable right now because it's Tesla. But if you read news off of any platform, whether it's Webull, whether it's, I don't know if Robinhood has like a news thing, but TD Ameritrade, whoever you're using, if you're using a platform for news, it's like I've said all along, you got to look at them like they're ads. Because I'm not saying that they necessarily lie, allegedly, but headlines are very, very misleading. And in the financial sector, they're meant to spur some kind of reaction, and it's either to get you to buy a stock or sell a stock. Obviously, it's not that black and white, but that's what it is. They're trying to push something, and you got to sort through that stuff, you know. But you see those kind of reactions, and now some cases, you know, they may not. What gets me is it's a Tesla. Everything's recorded. All the data they had right away. Like, they should have known and put that story out. It's not like, well, we don't know what happened yet. And that's part of the bigger problem with journalism and the media altogether, is that it's a race to get clicks. It's not a race to get the story right and get accurate information out to people. It's a race to get whatever and put something that's, you know, it's probably one of the best skills to have in a company or whatever you are nowadays, is that ability to create a headline that makes you think something's going on that really isn't. You know what I mean? How many times have you got baited into clicking on an article because the headline was catchy and it was a reliable news source, and turns out the article had nothing to do with the headline. That's what they do. All right, we got an hour and a half. Can't shake Jay Powell if we wanted to. We thought we wouldn't have to see him for a while. The next Fed meeting isn't, or the next FOMC meeting isn't until February. TCBP unhalted, ripped to the upside right into my area code 716, and think we are halted again to the upside. Let's get confirmation on that. But TCBP looks like it came out of that halted again upside at 716. It might be able to, Birdie. It might be able to. Birdie saying, can HYMC close over 60 USD today? It's about time. Get in while you still can at this price. One BRICS country connecting to the gold standard and it will fly. Not financial advice, of course. Agreed, Birdie. Agreed. Not financial advice, but it's a, and you know what it is, Birdie? It's a, if you are an AMC ape and if you are holding AMC or you're holding ape or you believe in the cause, it's kind of a dual purpose stock. It gives you some kind of cheap exposure to precious metals, while also kind of serving the AMC cause a little bit. So all right, guys, it is 12:30. I'm going to take a little break. I got to get the boy early. Wednesday's his early day. But I will be back with you guys shortly after the FOMC. I'll try to make it back by 2 o'clock, but he gets out at 1:52. So I'll probably be back by about 2:10. Hopefully Enzo can be here at 2 when it pops off. But I'm going to go take care of a few things myself and then get that boy and then be back with you guys. So stay tuned for further instructions. All right, welcome back, guys. Sorry for the delay here. So the FOMC minutes are out. Excuse me. Here's what they got to say. Fed officials see higher rates for some time ahead. And Republican leader Kevin McCarthy about to lose the 5th vote for the House Speaker. Interesting. Federal Reserve officials are committed to fighting inflation and expect higher interest rates to remain in place until more progress is made, according to minutes released Wednesday from the central bank's December meeting. At a meeting where policymakers raised their key interest rate another 0.5 percentage point, they expressed the importance of keeping restrictive policy in place while inflation holds unacceptably high. Nothing new. What's up, Tiny? What's up? What's up? What's up? The increase ended a streak of 4 consecutive 3/4 point rate hikes while taking the target range for the benchmark Fed funds rate to 4.25% to 4.5%, its highest level in 15 years. Officials also said they would focus on data as they move forward and see the need to retain flexibility and optionality. So leaving it open-ended. Caution that the public shouldn't read too much into the rate setting. Federal Open Market Committee's move to step down the pace of increases. So they're basically saying, even though they went from the 75 basis points to the 50 basis points, don't take that as a sign that this is going to be slowing anytime soon. The minutes reflected those sentiments, noting that no FOMC members expect rate cuts in 2023 despite market pricing. Markets currently are pricing in the likelihood of rate increases totaling 0.5 to 0.75 percentage points before pausing to evaluate the impact the increases are having on the economy. Traders expect the central bank to approve a 1/4 point increase at the next meeting, which concludes February 1st, according to CME Group data. I don't know if they'll go down to 1/4. So we get CPI next week, and then they have about, half a month to decide. And I don't know. I think the one thing that bodes well for them slowing the increases is the amount of layoffs. I mean, we're still being told that the job market's strong, this and that, but it's not, it doesn't really appear to be that way. What's up, Loki? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. So let's look at the reaction we had here. So this is where it happened. It dropped below. Man. So I guess this is more of a realistic reaction, right? This is at those past 4 FOMCs that we kind of looked at earlier. They were all looked at with what's the word I'm looking for here? Optimism. And every time we got that optimism, Jay Powell, one way or another, would kind of reassure us, don't get carried away. We got carried away. So I don't think this is anything that we don't know. It's more the Feds reaffirming their dedication. But let's not take this as set in stone. Let's not forget that all of 2021, we heard inflation is transitory. There's no hikes. We're not going to need interest rate hikes, blah, 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 blah. And they completely turned on a dime on that. So I think it's just like everything else that they do. It was left open-ended. It was left kind of open for interpretation. We're going to look at the data. We're going to analyze this. We're going to analyze that. But the market falling on this, the Dow in the red, down now 0.1%. S&P still holding about 0.25% gains, and NASDAQ holding 0.1% gains. Across that S&P 500, Apple giving back those gains from earlier, still up about 0.5%. Microsoft continuing to get slammed. down 5.5% today. So maybe we'll see musical chairs in order for them to not get liquidated as much. Maybe we'll see some of these companies bounce back and forth. We've seen Apple in the same position as Microsoft yesterday. Microsoft now down 5.5%. Amazon down 1.3%. Tesla off those highs of 114.59, but trading now at 112.28. Cathie Wood added another I forget how many millions of shares. It's now the third biggest holding in her ARK fund for Cathie Wood. She bought the dip. Say it with me now, Lobo. Monorail. Say it again. Monorail. Monorail. Now, I don't know if you just said monorail just for any other reason or if you've seen The Simpsons playing in the background there, Lobo. Let me blow it up real quick for you so you can see. Bam. Don't know why my golden tea shut off over there. Oh, well. So that's the FOMC. Is it Cathie Wood or Cathie Woods? Cathie what? I think it's Cathie Wood. Cathie Wood. Oh, I didn't see this earlier. Tesla files paperwork to make electric motors for airplanes, boats, and more electric. I don't know what that is, but oh, there you go. $19 million buy yesterday. She bought 176,000 shares at an estimated valuation over $19 million on a day when the stock witnessed a significant decline. Fifth straight day that ARK been buying Tesla shares since mid-December. Funds managed by ARK have bought over 652,000 shares of the Elon Musk-led company. Period where Tesla shares shed more than 31%. And that's ARKK and ARKQ, both of which have Tesla as their third largest holding. Okay, looking at the Deutsche Bank. Well, you know, it's interesting, Bertie, because we have some global allegations against both JP Morgan and Deutsche Bank. The JP Morgan one was the more recent one with the district attorney that was fired in the Virgin Islands for making those claims. But Deutsche Bank is in a similar situation on top of all the other stuff we know that they're linked to. So something to keep an eye on there. How's this heat map looking? Heating up. So this is still, this updates every 15 minutes, I believe. So it's still looking pretty green. Next time we get an update on this, this should come down. But here's sometimes a better look at the sectors. This gives this gives you the better percentages. Real estate sector up 2.25%, industrials up 0.5%, communication up 1.5%, consumer defensive and consumer cyclicals just barely in the green. Financial services as a whole up over 1.25%. Same with basic materials. Consumer cyclicals up just over 1%. We got utilities up 0.5%. Energy down just under 0.5%, as well as technology and healthcare down 0.15%. What's oil doing? Oil staying under that $80 mark, 79.37 on crude. So hanging around that under that $80 mark. Oh, look at this, Birdie. Here's a news story right up your alley. The number of earthquakes in the Netherlands linked to natural gas extraction fell by almost a quarter last year as it moves to curb production from Europe's largest reserve. So great news, Birdie. Those of you over in the Netherlands are doing your part by not producing natural gas. You're stopping earthquakes. So congrats to the Dutch people. Birdie, can I get your take on that? Are the earthquakes down? Are you guys liking it? Industry in Germany taking huge hits because of the energy prices. Deutsche Bank is the biggest bank in German industry. On top of that, Deutsche Bank is always involved in scandals. Plenty of those around. Well, the question is Deutsche Bank curing earthquakes like your fellow brethren are over there? And Microsoft still taking a clubbing, down 5.5% now on Microsoft. Google down over 1.5% now. This is when you know it's slow. FCFS. Oh, that's 5.1 million. Nothing too big. So again, just for anybody newer that doesn't pay attention, like to keep an eye on these every day. These are some of the bigger inside trades. A little bit of a lull right here, probably because of the new year. So a lot of things haven't been updated, but this is a cool thing to keep an eye on. Not that it's a direct indicator of anything, because a lot of times these are scheduled sells or scheduled buys. I appreciate the honest opinion, Birdie. Well, no more scale 1.5 earthquakes that did not do any damage, and the energy bill up 450%. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Birdie, the good folks at Bloomberg think you guys are doing a good job. They think you're doing a bang-up job, so see what else we got in the news. Oh, Elon Musk may be facing more legal pain than he expects as companies sue for unpaid Twitter bills. And then a quote, creditors have legal remedies too. So, like, I love this stuff that's getting made a big deal. And, you know, I'm not putting Elon on a pedestal. You know, I think the jury's still out on him. But this is like, what team was it in the NFL just made a rookie pay like 3 times this for a dinner bill? So Elon Musk may be facing more legal woes than he expects after a landlord for one of Twitter's offices filed a lawsuit alleging failure to pay $136,260 of rent due on office space used by the social media company. Now, I understand Elon lost some money last year, this and that. I don't think $136,000 is going to make or break Elon Musk or Twitter or Tesla or SpaceX or anything associated with Elon. Just my 2 cents. And again, I'm not saying Elon shouldn't have to pay rent or anything like that, but I gotta look at this and see how I'd like to do a fact check on this. So it says Musk is clearly under pressure to cut costs at Twitter, which has not made an annual profit since 2019. I don't believe they made an annual profit in 2019, and which has been loss making for 8 of the last 10 years. That's an interesting way of saying it, loss making. I don't know. Seems like a lot of FUD. Seems like a lot of FUD. I mean, I think some of that stuff probably is of concern, but $136,000 rent bill, I don't think is. I mean, I would probably think with Elon's track record with, moving SpaceX out of California, moving it to Texas. Maybe that's probably why they haven't paid the rent, is because they're looking to get out of there. GM sales rise to 2.3 million vehicles in 2022 as EV sales soar. So let's see. The company GM delivered 623,261 vehicles in the last 3 months, up 41.4% from a year ago. Okay, so that's just in the quarter. I'm not sure if that's the whole year, but that rivals Tesla numbers. Among GM's brands, Chevrolet sales jumped 43.3% to 413,560 vehicles. GMC sales grew 42% to 143,000 vehicles, and Cadillac sales soared 74.8% to 39,135, while Buick vehicles fell 6.5% to 26,921. And okay, so this is the headline: EV sales soar. I mean, I guess in comparison, so both EV and both EUV sales, both of which I believe are eligible for the $7,500 tax break. Sales totaled 16,108 in the fourth quarter, up from 25 vehicles a year ago, while 72 Hummer EV pickups sold after only one sold a year ago, and 86 Cadillac Lyrics sold versus 0 last year. So total vehicle sales of 2.27. Okay. So this is a more significant number here. When we talked about Tesla with the 40% year over year, okay? So all those numbers that I just threw at you, that brought total 2022 vehicle sales to 2.274 million, up 2.5% from a year ago. So when it's all said and done, you got a 2.5% year over year growth after, you throw all these. They obviously made a push to get a lot of deliveries out in Q4, but you have these big numbers, up 41.4%, up 42.3% from last year, up 74.8% from last year. Cadillac sales soared. EV sales soared 6,108. Up from 25 last year. And then when you look at the overall picture, you still got only 2.5% year over year growth. So EV sales rose 53% to 38,000 vehicles, while Hummer EV sales jumped to 854 from 1, and 122 Cadillacs were sold versus none. I don't know. I think that right there shows why Tesla, what separates Tesla from other EV companies, in my opinion. All right, Birdie, enjoy dinner. But I think that's Tesla's numbers speak for themselves. I mean, it may not be what they want. I get if when your market cap is priced on so much future sales, like my buddy Nick DePrima said yesterday, you know, it's Tesla's built in to crush earnings for the next 10 years. But now that we've came down a significant amount, I don't think we can have that same mentality. And I think 40% year over year growth is still banging. Just my take. Again, I'm not saying that Tesla is not going to go any lower, because it probably will, and I'm not invested in it, and I won't be invested in it anytime soon. I think Elon's still a wild card, whether if it's for something that he does or says or just spreading himself too thin. And Paramount sued for $500 million over 1968 Romeo and Juliet nude scene. I think they were kids or something. What else we got? Oh, LG goes big with the wireless 97-inch OLED TV. How big can we go? Oh, Stellantis beefs up commitment to electric flying vehicle company Archer Aviation. I know that's a tennis's physical play, Archer. Oh, dang. Not looking good there, Renner. That's not a selfie, but at least you're alive. That's that Jeremy Renner Hawkeye post first selfie after snowplow accident. Tragic. Tragic, but glad to see he's alive and still kicking. Come on in, man.
What's up, baby? How's everything?
You know, it is what it is. Hey, you didn't get the subscribe button turned on Twitch. We got Twitch set up, but we got to get the subscribe button set up somehow. Thank you, CBS. Appreciate that. What's going on with this fifth vote? You haven't been watching. You were supposed to follow C-SPAN for me while I was gone.
No habla inglés.
Let's see.
No sé. Two mames.
Is this another one? Yeah, okay, so the fifth vote's going to fail. Sixth vote is possible today. I'm not sure what was different in the fourth vote than this fifth vote. Strange times.
I don't even know.
So it was FOMC minutes. Not really anything too blockbuster. We got a little bit of a negative reaction. But it was nothing that we haven't heard before. Nothing that we haven't heard. They're going to continue to monitor the data, and they fear that people misinterpreted that they were going to make any kind of pivot, and still don't see any rate decreases in 2023. So I wonder what the record is for number of votes in this. Probably not too high because it hasn't happened in over 100 years. There even being more than one vote, let alone 6.
Oh,
The guy with the eye patch is doing this kind of stuff. He means business now, or he's trying to gain his equilibrium. I don't know yet. Couple guys just got cowboy hats on.
That's pretty sad, man.
Strange. Anyways, the market holding some green, holding a little bit. S&P up 0.39%, NASDAQ up 0.35%. The Dow just cracked into the red by the hair on his chinny chin. What else we still got moving there? Vivos Therapeutics still up 175%. APE holding 10% gains on APE, $1.32 on APE. AMC up over that $4 mark, 404. GameStop, 17.34. BlackBerry, look at BlackBerry go, 367, up 11% for BB. BBIG holding 7% gains. That Tide up 80%. So a far cry from the 57 cents it ran up to earlier, but still up 77%. What you got eyes on?
The fact that people continue to amaze me how much of a piece of shit they are.
Okay.
Yep. Just, it's just a beautiful thing. I think that when people go and I guess threaten other people's success or whatever, I think it's extremely satisfying knowing that the numbers add up here. But Tesla on the downside, I think we're gonna get topped up here. 113 again. I think Nvidia is also having the same kind of problem we just broke down against ourselves. If I were to have to tell you, I still think we'd be at the 380. I think I may have even said 381, but I would like to see a 378 or something like that in the near future. I would like to see downside more so than watching this thing pump. I would at least like to retest 378. I'm seeing a lot of people going short on Microsoft, Google. What else was up? What was up way too high? Netflix is at 308. That's good. That's actually funny. But right now, I think we're just trading sideways, like you were saying earlier.
Yeah, and I guess now the next big thing, jobs report, is Friday, I believe. Let's see.
Notice that number.
Which one?
How is the restream bot annoying? That's the first time it's literally ever spoken. I'm so confused. That's the first time.
Oh, Caesar, give him hell. Ask the hard-hitting questions. Yeah, it'll put you straight. I love the Ray Stream bot too, as a matter of fact. Keeps the chat interesting.
It's literally only happened once.
What's up, Sabrina? So Thursday we get continuing jobless claims. Initial jobless claims, 4-week average jobless claims. What do we get on Friday? Friday we get net change in employment, non-farm payrolls. That's the big one. And underemployment rate. Then at 10 we get the services employment index, services new orders index, blah 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 blah. The non-farm payrolls, though, is the big one. And that's 8:30 Friday morning, guys. 8:30 Friday morning. Be there, be square. And then next week is CPI, I believe. Next week. Was that a monkey in the background?
Something. Something.
A puke, a bone, and a grandma, GTA.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yep. That's what happens.
This music is kind of hypnotizing, Lobo. So tomorrow, jobless claims. Friday, non-farm payrolls. Let's go. I don't know what we want to see out of those. I don't know what we want to see because I think the bad jobs numbers are good for the Fed, I guess. Good jobs numbers are bad for the Fed as far as them continuing rate hikes. So we're kind of in a win-lose situation, I would say. Stogner saying, what that SPY gonna do? Come back down to 378?
Yeah.
Not financial advice, Randy. I don't have a time frame on that. We're gonna lay off the time frames. We're gonna start calling it like we like the big boys do with price targets.
I'm gonna just start saying to buy China, and then the next day I'm gonna come out and say no, it's not the time.
Yeah, that's all. Open-ended, just like the
Oh,
Fed,
that's
Randy.
all.
Just like the Fed. We're almost probably definitely might potentially
Right.
possibly, but not inclusively, almost definitely unlikely to extend the rate hikes at this time. Yeah, this kind of music will do that, Lobo. This will do that. All right, almost 3 o'clock already, guys. Coming up on Power Hour. How you feeling? Good?
I'm always good. I'm in there like swimwear.
Not sure if I'm in love with this Burger King burger. Oh, they didn't green light it. Someone just took it upon themselves to call it the suicide burger. 4 burger patties, 4 slices of cheese, 8 slices of bacon, served between 2 buns with some Burger King secret sauce. This menu version will be rolled out nationwide on January 5th.
Yeah, Grumpy, I'm a super wide type of guy. Hit me up.
So we've got
You need anything? Grumpy's running the store.
We got clogged arteries coming to a Burger King near you very soon.
No, Grumpy, do you need anything? Because like he's going right now. He's gonna come back real quick, but I need some super wides.
Dang, man. Get better soon, my man. Get better soon. How GH? So this was just the release of the minutes from the December meeting. So they didn't give specifics as far as what the rate hike, what the expectations now are is a 0.25% rate hike. I believe it's February 1st is our next FOMC, and then potentially another 0.25% after that. Basically, what came out of it, though, was easing expectations that we'll see any kind of rate decreases in 2023. And pretty much, I think 15 out of the 17 have at least another 0.5% priced in at this point. And some have more, some are more extreme. 2 of them are closer up over the 5.5%, which would give us another. It would give either one of those rate hikes to 50 basis points and then 1 to 25, or extend it to have another rate hike, giving us 3 25.1s. And again, with this, they left it very open-ended because number one, it's the right thing to do, but number two, it's how to kick the can, because we do have CPI data coming up, jobs reports that are constantly kind of changing. So it could change between now and it's kind of a joke that how this FOMC operates. I mean, I don't know why we can't just watch the meeting live. I don't know why it's got to be withheld for 15 days and then presented to us. That makes 0 sense to me, but that's the way they do it. So it wasn't so much about what they said, I think, in the FOMC. It's about what they didn't say. They didn't show any. I think it's pretty unanimous now that that there won't be rate decreases in 2023. Again, you got to put it on yourself. That you got to ask yourself how much credibility you're going to give the Fed, how much credibility you're going to give J Powell. After watching 2021, if you followed Jerome Powell through 2021, I can understand if you're a little bit skeptical and kind of take what he says with a grain of salt, because we know it can turn on a dime. But
Trying to figure out this what I'm missing.
As far as what?
The in the Twitch side of things.
Oh, that I don't know. Give me 1 quick second.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna check on the boy because I'm not sure when Nicole's getting them.
No worries. My emotional support animal is a chicken, a 4-piece with a biscuit. Yep, I feel that. I could definitely see that. Grumpy old man's spirit animal is a flounder. Lobo, the same place you go, you essentially go and look at the same place. You find some Cobra Kai coin and a bunch of other things that you find out not to be true. You want some type of concert like that. SPY got a bounce right here, ran right back up to 384.13. 384.08, excuse me. Yeah, I gotta set that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go in by hand and change everybody's coins. Fish sounds good. Come down here. I'll go take you like deep sea fishing. I got an idea. How about I take really, really nice cinder blocks. We'll go and we'll tie it around a piece of bait, and then we'll drop it to a measly 200 meters. I think if we fish then, we could easily catch them what, Megalodon? By the way, I'm playing goalie right now. I'm in goal. I have goals. Is that close? Three o'clock comes around, and then the market has that jump back. Why? Wonder if this is just going to continue. This little trend. So I can see this walking itself down in aftermarket, break into the low side, and then opening up in the morning, trying to go 381, coming to the downside. But what I did tell everybody today, I told everybody this exact thing was going to happen. 2 o'clock was going to come, and it was immediately going to push it right back down. But if it went and got to the 383 area, my New Year's goal, equality. That's what I want. Lobo is equality. I want things to be equal. Yeah, we got them for the little man. He's playing sports and stuff this year. Yes, this goal behind me. I just put it together. I gotta go and take it outside and put it up.
I think I'd like to have one of those 4 pieces with a biscuit, Sabrina.
I could give you a 2-piece and a soda.
No. Nope.
You don't want the 2-piece?
Mm-mm. Nope. Well, the dogs are barking. Lunch is there. What you having? Fish sandwiches?
Popeyes.
All right. We got 51 minutes left to make some money here.
What do we got tomorrow coming up?
Tomorrow we get some jobs numbers.
Do we have anything after hours? Hot dog with ketchup. I'll let it slide. I don't like the hot dog, but I like the ketchup, so I'll let it happen.
I'll take a straight hot dog. I had one the other night.
No. Encased meats, you don't know what's in there. Stop eating that.
You don't know what's in any other meat either. What's the difference?
If I go get some ground pork, I could definitely see what's in it.
Yeah. Ain't nothing good.
Probably not.
I've ground pork before. I don't know.
Right.
Ain't nothing nice. It ain't not. Listen, if I started thinking about what's in all the food I eat, I wouldn't be eating nothing. I'd be like that carpenter girl.
See, I can't do that.
Or singing "Close to Me," "Close to You," however it is. Yeah, you can't.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'd have an eating disorder is basically what I'm saying. If I took the time to think about what's in any of my food that's not a fruit or a vegetable, and even those kind of gross me out if I really think about it. When it's like, man, I see not people, but just the way that it's around crap and stuff. Okay, cat. Going for the Chinese restaurant too, so hot dog and then Chinese food. Appreciate you, Nan. And get better, my man. Let me know if you need anything.
Yeah,
I always got the remedy.
Nan, you're a gentleman and a scholar. Good day to you, sir.
Is that you or is this music? Who's playing the spoons? Why does it sound? Now it's gone.
I'm not doing anything.
That was weird. The people that make this music on this thing, they got a sense of humor.
So no good then, yeah?
I don't know. They're like good at parodying stuff. Like I'll hear a song, I'll swear I'm listening to a real song in the background and then realize it's not. They got one that sounds just like Beat It. They got one that sounds like some other whatever. Yeah, we get a lot of stuff tomorrow, actually. We get a lot of continuing jobless claims. Nothing that's initial jobless claims and initial jobless claims 4-week average. Then we get... Didn't we get this today? What's the difference between this and this? So we got S&P Global Composite and Global Services PMI today. And tomorrow we get the same thing. I don't understand. S&P Global Composite and S&P Global Services. What's the difference?
Good question.
This may be a misprint. Doesn't seem like they would release the same data 2 days in a row. But jobless claims is the big one tomorrow, I would say. And then non-farm payrolls on Friday. And I don't know how long this voting stuff can go on for, and if there's going to be any repercussions to this. Like, I don't think anything can really happen. I don't know if anything was supposed to happen in the next couple days as far as with the House of Representatives, but they can't really do much if they're just in a room voting all day. This is mind-boggling to me. It's very. I'm very fascinated by what's going on here.
How so?
It just seems like the definition of insanity. And I understand in between votes, there's negotiations taking place and things like that. But it's like 5 times in a row you tried to vote for the same guy and he lost. Like, I understand why. Okay, so you hold your vote so that you can get what you want out of him. And when in the last session 2 years ago, a lot of progressives were calling for people like AOC and people like them that made campaign promises to get Medicare for all passed and things like this. They could have did the same thing. They could have held Nancy Pelosi accountable and said, we want this, this, and this before we give you our vote. But they didn't, because they're corporate sellouts. And I'm hoping that's what's going on here. I don't know that for a fact. There's different stories, and until something's done, I don't really, so essentially you vote for somebody else so that this guy has to do some stuff you want to do, is the way that I take this. But there's a dog.
There you go. She's excited to see you.
Yeah, they're doing whatever down there. Oil down 5%. Who's only down 1.5 to 320. That looks like the bottom. Checking out $4 strikes for a half a year out. Okay, Birdie. I like that. I think you expect the oil spike to come at some point here. Yeah, we've talked about that many times. I think those smaller companies, not to call HUSA small, but in comparison to Exxon, Chevron, those kind of companies, when we do see a boost in oil, I think they have the most to gain, because they got hit the most on the oil decline from the start of the conflict, when everything ran. And then when things started coming back down to reality, the smaller cap oil plays got hit a lot harder. What else we got moving? Eli's Game Company. There's a blast from the past. ELYS.
Citadel scandal is trending on Twitter.
Citadel scandal? What's the scandal?
You tell me. I have not a clue.
This is something I'm not exactly sure, but I just seen this. So Cineworld is the parent company of. Is Cineworld? I always confuse these two, of which one owns Regal. Because our local Regal is closing in the next week, closing after this weekend. And I forget who the hell owns Regal. They just came out yesterday and they said that they weren't in talks with AMC to sell any of their Birdie tweeted it 3 times to help make that trending. There's a good chance, Nan. There's a good chance. If I had to if I had to bet on a theory, it would probably be simulation. We're all code. I fell asleep watching Terminator 2 last night, too, so I could really buy into that now. Martin Apollo asking, Enzo, is Mullen in breakout mode?
Probably, because it always wants to run for no reason. Mullen is not breaking out. No. Mullen's breaking out when it passes over the $34 mark.
34-cent mark.
34 cents, excuse me. Yes, thank you. And that might be breaking out towards 40 cents, but right now this could very easily just get turned around too. It looks like we're having a good hold here, though. I do like it. Looking for support 31. I do like that as well. If this can go get north of 34 and let's say pass through this 41-cent mark, I would look for it to pass through the 41-cent mark and come and consolidate back to that. But yeah, theoretically. We've held that 21 bottom from earlier, from back here. We got 18, then we resubstantiated that 21. We're good. We validated. We just need to get through 34. So no, to answer your question, you still need some more.
But, Martin, some stuff that you might like. Fintel reports that the cost to borrow fee has soared 8,000% for Mullen since December.
32,000 shares 23rd. At 32.90 on Mullen. I'm sorry. I just looked at that wall.
Now, take this with a grain of salt, Martin, and everybody else, but Market Beat reports that as of December 15th, okay, it's not too updated, but take it for what it's worth, total of 161 million shares sold short, equivalent to 43.5% of the float. So
who?
They're calling for a squeeze. This is investor place, but let me just show one thing real quick.
What number or what stock?
Mullen. But thing you have to remember on these, I just want to show everybody, I can't highlight it because I don't have that right now, but when reading something like this and you see these great numbers of, 43.5% of the float shorted, they're going to have to cover, this is going to squeeze. Just remember, this article representing only the author's personal opinion and does not constitute investment advice nor the opinion of Webull. So I understand when you're actually giving an opinion of having to put disclaimers like that. But if I told you right now, if I said Mullen is trading at 33.45 cents and put a disclaimer that said, that's only my opinion, you would think, what the hell is this guy talking about? And that's what I mean when you see these articles that print numbers and statistics like they're factual when they're not. So just be aware of that. Now, I'm not saying that short interest number is wrong or incorrect, but when you put that disclaimer at the top of those kind of articles, you basically bought yourself a license to say whatever the hell you want. But I still like Mullen, Martin. Couple things that worry me about him, though, are a potential reverse split. That's going to be concerning. That's going to have to happen. And I believe a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 was already approved, which 3-to-1, I guess they could do. That would be cutting it close, but we'll see. I'm still bullish on it. I'm looking for them to hopefully take advantage of some of the tax credits available for EVs, but we'll see. I think this is going to be a big year. This is going to be make or break for Mullen this year. There's been promises. It's time to deliver, and maybe they will, maybe they won't. We'll see.
Absolutely. I mean, I hope the CEO gets it together.
I can't tell what to make of him. I can't tell if he's a genius or if he's a schlub, because
I think he's
giving me signs that he's both. He's handled some situations within the company. Like, I like the way that he's protected himself in the company. Now that could go terribly wrong in the end, but I don't know. Some of his promises, I don't like people that make promises and then don't deliver on them. And I understand things happen, but there's been more than a handful of times that he's projected specific dates, this, that, and the other thing, and just not delivered. And whether that was in his hands or out of his hands, that's a different story. But Birdie Hunter doing his best Hello Kitty or Roaring Kitty impression. Just bought 5 more GME at 724. Why, Birdie? Because I like the stock. I like it.
I respect it. Good day, sir. Doctor? Yes, sir.
Hills Bills. What's up, Hills? Centro had some news I'm not seeing right here, but I believe they're presenting that what is it? I just drew a complete blank. They're presenting one of their new vehicles in Vegas in the next couple days for Centro. So something to keep an eye on there. I've seen the article earlier. Wish I could remember what it was. I believe they're crap. Why can't I remember this? I forget. It's a utility vehicle, but what I love about it, Hills, they're showcasing it in Vegas with these freshly rolled out tax breaks for utility vehicles, which this should fall into that class. So could be something big. And companies are going to want to get in while it's not just a win-win, or not just a winning situation for Centro, for the people selling. We're not talking about consumers. We're talking about commercial, where if a company can buy, especially if Centro can, with their low price points, if they're able to sell these vehicles for, say, $30,000, these utility vehicles, $20,000 to $30,000 with a $7,500 tax reimbursement on it, that's win-win for the company buying them and for Centro.
That's true.
It's some kind of truck. You very well could be right, Hills. It's definitely something in the utility vehicle. And I don't think, and I could be wrong, I don't think that it's a coincidence that they're rolling it out now. That I think some companies were waiting to be able to get this tax break before inking any kind of deals. So we'll see. And like we talked about before, we know their connection with Amazon Japan. And I forget the name of the distribution company, but they've got sales. Mullen, I think, is still a little bit premature on that. Now, if Mullen starts actually delivering vehicles, things like that puts them back in the mix as well. But for me, I like Centro because they have proven sales, they have distribution lined up. Hard to buy August calls. $4 strike on HUSA. 35-cent spread. Yeah, well, I would think that they would be trading just because you know, you have built-in volatility just on the strength of oil there, Birdie. But I've never really looked at many oil options plays. Really, any energy options plays too risky for my blood. All right, you talk for a second because I want to hear what this guy says.
Oh, okay. Right now, we have the SPY hanging over its 200 EMA right now, $383.05. NVIDIA 146.86. Tesla up around that 113.38. I don't think it's going to be able to hold very well. AMC looking good. Needs to be 410 or so, in my opinion. We have the IWM at 175.66. And we have Apple 125.94, and that thing is getting smacked. I'd be looking for the downside on Apple if it breaks much further. Are you watching something on the vote?
On bills.
Yeah.
They have all kinds of things that have nothing to
Are you able to put it up?
Everybody came here.
What's the website?
Their constituents.
Probably cspan.com's probably got it live.
Are you joking?
No, it's. I mean, I got it on C-SPAN over here on regular TV.
I just didn't know if you were busting my balls.
Yeah, I just want to see this part before they start voting. Once they start voting, it's pretty boring. But when they get up here and they yell for a few minutes before they vote, it's kind of interesting. It's like children, dude. Our country is ran by children. Like my best friend has two sons. You know, one that's Nikki's age, one that's a little younger, and like watching them argue is like watching this.
VIVOS Therapeutics.
Birdie asking for your help there, Enzo. Get HYMC going.
I'm sorry?
Birdie's looking for your help to get HYMC going.
Oh, no. No. I don't need any more, thank you. Birdie, I think that is very, very light tiptoe territory, my man. No, thank you. Oh, appreciate that. Apple broke back down. It didn't like that. So did the SPY. IWM looking pretty savage right now. SQ's looking like they might come up. But yeah, I pretty much told you what was going to happen on the SPY today. I thought it would have broken down a little bit further than this 381. Oh, Okay. All right. Right. It's like a bootleg CD or a bootleg DVD. Hey, down in front. Yeah, that guy is just a weird looking stork. Very interesting.
He just pulled the Frederick Douglass card.
The people of color.
Okay, I'm putting it on. I don't know what that means, but I like it. If he's making you put your head in your hands, it's gotta be halfway interesting.
All right, we got Donald's with Shooter McGavin standing next to him.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
If you want to throw that on, we can. It's right here.
Go for it.
Let me know if you're able to hear it.
Yeah, I think I can hear it.
Adams.
I'm going to go ahead and predict this one. I'm going to say...
No vote?
I'm going to say McCarthy and Jeffries is going to get the exact same amount that he's got every time, 200 and whatever. Donald's will get like 20 something, and McCarthy will get like 200 and something, and we'll get up tomorrow and do this all over again.
McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Hamilton.
Here, do this.
McCarthy.
We'll put that down there, because all you need to see is the scoreboard.
McCarthy.
Scoreboard!
Harrington.
Scoreboard!
They make these poor ladies sit up there and friggin' write with a pencil, too, man. Like, there's not a more sophisticated way to take votes nowadays. I mean, I guess they only planned on taking one of them, so they didn't really think about the longevity.
Kashif, thank you for the follow.
McCarthy. Balderson.
Centro to the moon. I like it. I like it. So Hill just sent me something on Centro, actually.
He needs to be like given a rabies shot.
Banks.
GTA, you're sick in the head.
Barr. McCarthy.
Revoting, yeah, girl. Woo!
Jeffries. Bean of Florida. McCarthy.
Yes, sir.
Beatty. Jeffries.
Oh, yeah, no, please, God, no. He already spoke enough and he didn't need to say anything.
Well, I forget how many votes Donald has to get before then we know McCarthy don't have enough. I think once he gets like 10 votes or 9 votes or something, then...
Fire.
You might want to go and put on...
Vice. McCarthy. Biggs.
No.
Donalds.
There's
Billerang.
one for Donald.
McCarthy.
Uh-oh. Cheers.
Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries.
GTA, no. No, and I'll tell you why.
Bishop
Even
of
though
North
I'm
Carolina.
bullish on it, I'm holding it.
Donald.
GTA, I would wait for the reverse split because there's probably gonna have to be one on Centro.
Blumenauer. Jeffries.
I mean, there is a chance because it's only been out of
Tesla.
compliance for since Halloween-ish.
Bobert. Bobert.
I would hold off though for any kind of reverse split. Although, if we see some kind of big order or something, this thing can fly to over $1.
Bast.
What do we got? 3 votes now for Donald?
3 votes. Yep. All right, give me 1 second. I gotta go get Nikki out of here.
McCarthy. Bowman.
I actually want to see this, so I wanted to put this up.
Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Donalds. Brown. Jeffries.
I feel like this should be a lot.
Jeffries.
Okay.
Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck.
4 for Donald. I don't know who I'm voting for here. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing.
Bouchon. McCarthy. Butzinski. Jeffries. Burchett.
Present.
McCarthy. Burgess.
Present.
McCarthy.
Here.
Burleson.
Here, teacher.
McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert.
That's funny, Randy.
Kamek. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeRemer. McCarthy.
Jockeying for committee. Yeah, I completely agree.
McCormick.
I think this is a bunch of boof.
Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Siscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts.
Is that what it's more about, Randy? Is
Jeffries.
committee assignments?
Clark of New York.
I know that always plays into it.
Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein.
Who's gonna bend first, though? I guess is the question.
Cloud.
Does somebody do Republicans vote for Jeffries before they? I don't know.
Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Donalds.
That's 7 for Donald. So any minute now, it should be popping up when it says it appears as McCarthy doesn't have the
Cohen.
votes.
Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Donalds. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow.
I'm not sure, Bertie. I think this is unprecedented. I think we go to a shootout. I don't know, maybe on day 7.
Jeffries. Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas.
There we go. Popped up now.
Davidson.
McCarthy does not have the votes. 7 speaker vote needed.
Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina.
So, and the reason for that is, what is it, Randy? They have to get 218 votes, is it? Unless there's
Jeffries.
some present votes.
Jeffries. De La Cruz.
I got it in case she makes a mistake. She's got an eraser on that pencil though too, Bertie. So she's good.
Jeffries. Del Bene.
Right. So that would be
Jeffries.
1923. It took 8 votes. Okay, so we're going for the record. So exactly 100 years ago, 8 votes, and hey, we'll be off to a good start, breaking records already in 2023. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
De Esposito. McCarthy.
So that would be the workaround, right, Randy, where Republicans wouldn't have to technically vote for Jeffries to get him appointed. They could vote present and lower the threshold, right, for what Jeffries would need.
Donalds.
Yeah, okay, that's the other issue. Thank you, Tiny. The Dems could start voting more present to lower the threshold to get McCarthy in.
Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. McCarthy.
I will be back in a little. I gotta make a phone call.
Nirav Galania.
LZ.
So the interest rate hike will not come until February 1st. What happened today with the FOMC was they released the minutes from the meeting in December. So what it gave us a clue to, what came out in that is basically that they're not steering away from interest rate hikes anytime soon. So right now, analysts tend to think that another 2 25-point basis hikes are built in. So one would be in February, one would be in March, I believe. But it wasn't a decision today. It was just releasing the minutes from the FOMC meeting in December. And we basically just learned what we already knew.
Finstad. McCarthy. Fishbach. McCarthy.
I'm surprised nobody has yet, Tiny.
McCarthy.
Just
Fitzpatrick.
just to shake
McCarthy.
things up a little bit. I've told that story before. When I was a kid, Charlie the Chimp, which was literally a chimpanzee with a black belt, came in second in our mayoral election.
McCarthy.
My pleasure, Narav. My pleasure.
Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy.
So let's turn some music back on. We don't really need to hear them. We'll see if anybody says anything. Anything strange. Here, let's go to this. Let's go to this view. Like, seriously though, if and Randy, I know you got a good take on this. How long can this go on for? And 218 votes. Okay, thank you. But that, so how would so if McCarthy doesn't get 218, is there any other way? What does the voting present do to lower the threshold? It would mean they could win with the majority. I don't think she's done every one, Birdie, but you could clearly tell that she is sick of this job. She did not know what she was signing up for. Months. Ay. Luca Bamba, good to hear. Recovered from the Liquid Drano. Wasn't it Liquid Drano event that you had? Getting late in the day too, and these guys didn't start till noon, so they've worked almost 4 hours, so we might have to put the vote in the next thing. Right, but what I'm saying, Tiny, is if they vote present, how does that affect what McCarthy gets? Like, does McCarthy still have to get the 218 if say 20 people voted present instead of voted for Jeffries to give? How would that give McCarthy the win? And I apologize, guys. I follow politics a little bit, but never seen anything like this. I like when these people come up, though. Every like 20 votes, somebody has to give a "Who Wants to Be a Millionaire" type talk, and instead of just saying who they vote for, they gotta make some kind of speech. She just did it too. So he can get in with less than 218 if he has a big enough margin of a lead, then, right? Yeah, I remember, Luca. Chemical reaction to Liquid Drano and something else that was in your pipes. Yeah, I remember well. Gotcha, Tiny. So the rest of this is just a formality at this point, and let's get a 7th vote going. Meanwhile, we got 8 minutes left in the market, guys. AMC finishing the day strong, up at 408, up 4% on the day. APE up almost 11% at $1.33. GME dipped slightly into the red. Nothing to be too concerned about. 17.19 there. Mullen continuing to climb. Ever since Martin mentioned it, it's been a nice trek up. up over 5% now on Mullen, 33.79 cents. Centro as well, up over 4%. I would think that would be easier, Birdie. Like I appreciate them actually doing work. And Birdie, yesterday, I don't know if you were here. I was watching it yesterday, and I said that I'm like, all this. At least it's good to see our tax money at work, this and that. And as soon as I said that, I look over and there was a guy sleeping. It's trying, Hills. It's trying. 33.7 cents on Mullen. I don't know. Those are my two diamonds in the rough for 2023. The big thing about them, though, Hills and anybody else who's looking at them, is I fear a reverse split on both of those stocks, on Mullen and Centro. I'm bullish on both of them. I hold both of them, but I don't know if this is the time to enter them. If you don't already have a position, I'm saying. I think there's upside, but there might be downside first in the form of that reverse split. But I like Centro because they have the sales. They have actual products, and they're doing good. Arctic Fox, if you're still out there, Carnival Cruise Lines up 9% now for you, $8.70 on CCL. And what really makes me mad, Birdie, is all this wasted time, and I'm assuming that doesn't happen over there in the Netherlands because you guys are fighting earthquakes, so we can learn something from our Dutch friends on how to prevent earthquakes, and maybe we can get some stuff accomplished. Birdie likes that gold in the rough on the move again. HYMC, where are we at? Enzo's currently doing something. I think he got a phone call, Hills. What's HYMC doing? Speaking of Hills Bills, HLBZ is up 7.5%. AVCT, American Virtual Cloud Technologies, that's a little bit of a blast from the past. That's up 124. Kayla Pharmaceuticals still continuing to crush. Kayla up at $43 flat now. KPRX, Kiora Pharmaceuticals, another one, up 18.5%. HYMC up almost 10%. We're looking for that 60 cents, Birdie. 59.38 cents right now in HYMC. I reckon there's them gold them there in them there hills. Yeah, Enzo's double checking the votes. Yeah. Enzo seen that lady had a pencil, so he got out his crayon and he's in the back. He's in the back tallying votes. We'll give you his results soon. Three minutes, guys. 3 minutes. And it looks like we will finish green today. So day number 2 in the books in just a few minutes. Yeah, I'm interested to see if it gets some publicity off this Vegas thing, Hills. I'll send it to you when I find it. I don't know where I seen it earlier. I think the date was the 5th and the 6th, maybe, or the weekend of the 6th. So it might be over the weekend. It could be misleading because I hear Vegas. I think big event. Sometimes it's not all that it's cracked up to be, but if they've got production in line, I think there's going to be people ready to buy. You break, you buy. Yeah, there's some barcoding. There's some barcoding, Luca. That's better. I will do that. Let me get them all together, Luca, so I can package them all together, and whatever the shipping is, I'll do that too to send them back and take care of that, and whatever you want to charge. Don't feel like you have to do me a favor, man. I appreciate you doing it, but that's your business too. You support our business. And the least I could do is support yours. You know what I mean? I appreciate the offer, but consolidating? What did I say? Did I say something else? Are you talking about that I not pronounce the G? Consolidating? I call it consolidating. Ain't that right? Consolidating? Beautiful, Tiny. All right, guys. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! That's a wrap, guys. That's a wrap. Trading day number 2, episode 2 in the books. We finished green with the S&P finishing up 0.75%. The NASDAQ finishing up 0.69%, giggity. And the Dow Jones closing up 0.4%. Sounds good, Luca. Appreciate it, brother. I just don't know what I said, mate. I don't know. I'm lost, Hills. That's true. That's true too, Birdie. That's true. Voting machines are always the answer. I mean, I guess you gotta get all these other votes, but really, couldn't they just say, okay, does everybody just agree? They already tell us he doesn't have the votes. I mean, I guess they have to vote it out on the chance of if several Republicans flipped and voted Jeffries, where he could win. Seems like a lot of wasted time. And this poor lady's hand, man. She's going to have the Jerry Seinfeld hand after this from signing all them checks. But nonetheless, that's a wrap. Tomorrow morning, we get some unemployment numbers and some other data that we may see. We may see something right at 8:30. See it kind of guide the market one way or another off of that. And then Friday, we get the big non-farm payroll numbers. I'm not sure about earnings, if there's much earnings going on with this first week. Bed Bath & Beyond earnings today? No. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a day, though. And we'll get up and do it all over again tomorrow, guys. So try to get the stream up early tomorrow. It's tough because I do have to take Nikki to school, things like that. But we have a lot of 8:30 catalysts, so trying to figure a way to at least get the stream up, come on for a little bit, and then leave it on autopilot while I get the boy to school. Enzo gets Enzo to school, things like that. So make sure you got those notifications on so we can hit you up when we go live. Thank you guys for sticking around all day. As always, your support means the absolute world to us. Could not do this without you. And be sure to get a look at that picture of grumpy old man without a beard in the Discord. There better be one. If not, I will drop that soon. Oh, shots fired. Shots fired. It's okay. It's Canadian on Canadian crime, so we'll allow it. All right, guys. I'm going to go take care of some stuff on my end, and we'll be back ready to rock and roll tomorrow. Everyone have a fantastic night. Love you guys.